Why, hello, everybody, and welcome to the first episode of Syr's Cabana! Welcome to the podcast, everybody. How are we doing on this fine Friday? Oh my god, the weekend's here. Oh, it's a hot day. Alright, fine. Okay. Alright, you know what? You want to do that to me already? Henley, Alessia, you want to do this to me already? Then you know what? Fine. Sorry, guys. First podcast episode is officially come and gone. It's over. It's Jover. So, I just want to say thanks for everything. I'm back. Did you miss me? I'm back. Let's just say I wanted to do it. Well, you should have done it. You should have. Should have done it sooner. So, welcome, Alessia. Hello, AM. Hello, Endless and Henley. And Fallen Order as well. I'm glad to hear that you read the Jurassic Park novel today. Please let us know your thoughts on the novel. I would really love to know. And AM says again, to dip in a few, your skin is dry from the chlorine. Oh boy. Yep, it is a hot summer day today. Boy, oh boy. Whew! It's a hot one. Do I have Pringles again? Yes. What's left of them anyway? I still have the cheddar and sour cream ones that we had from Tuesday's stream. They somehow survived. It's the cheddar and sour cream flavor that I had on the Power Wash Simulator stream. Still, yes, I managed to not go through them over the last few days. Since I figured I wanted to have them for this stream. So, you guys are welcome. There's not that many left, though. There's only like a few left. So, I've been sparing them. Yeah, sour cream and onion is a really good flavor, yes. But I really love the cheddar and sour cream Pringles chips. They're so good. Oh my god. And this is how it's... You have gone through the Pringles in a day? Honestly, I could too. But I try to ration and portion things that I eat as snacks. So I think it can last just a little bit longer. Ah. Well, welcome officially to the Cabana podcast, everybody. The first episode. Congrats. Thank you for being part of this. Thank you. Fizzy said she might be able to tune in at some point, because Fizzy gave me the heads up that, she was going on, like, a family trip, today, so Fizzy's not, in town currently. What was it? She wanted me to pass along a message, to a certain somebody. What was it? Where's that message? Let's see. She says, hopefully I'll be able to pop in, to see people's reactions, to the podcast. And she says, tell all the cuties, aka Alessia, that I said hi, and Fizzy grants Alessia 1,000,000 beans. That was the message. There you go, you've been granted millions of beans from Fizzy. Yes, 1,000,000. I read that pretty much verbatim, word for word. I did not stutter. And it says yes. Feels so good to be live with you guys again. I've had an awesome break this week. I actually went to Best Buy this morning to look at some things, because my headset's been acting a little like weird lately. So I went up to Best Buy to see if they had like something similar to what I currently have, but they don't. And I forgot that I bought this headset all the way back in 2021. I thought I bought it like 2 years ago, but geez, apparently 4 years just flew by just like that. So, and it's gotta be a wired headset, because I plugged the port into my Blue Yeti microphone, so I'm gonna just have to reorder it online and just have it be shipped and delivered. So, let's see. That's what use my Pookie. Let's see. Ames is in tie for second place with 2 people. You're going to donate me to get $50. You don't need to donate. You don't need to, but I appreciate the support. Thank you very much. You're a great way. Is the bell just run? And Alexa's having some mangoes right now. That's delicious. That sounds very delicious. Yeah, with the leaderboard system with YouTube, it's the more messages they type in chat, the more XP you're supposed to get. But of course, they give higher amounts of XP for people who would like donate, whether it's through super chats, or if you like get the membership to somebody, then you get a bunch of experience from that way, and that puts you like higher on the leaderboard. It is delicious. Good. Mangoes are delicious. Good. And says, or if I win my other bet with my dad, you get $150. I hope you win that bet from your dad. Please save some money for yourself. Please. So far you've won 100, but if he wins the next bet, you get $50. And if you win, you get 150. Ooh, okay. Interesting. I wish you good luck on that, AM. I wish you good luck on getting that. Oh! I'm not gonna lie, actually, I'm like a little bit nervous with like doing this today, because this is like the first time that like we're doing like a podcast like officially. All of a sudden, like I just thought, since I'm updating certain logos, like my YouTube logo, as you guys can see in the watermark in the bottom right corner, and I updated our Discord logo as well, thanks to Fizzy. Thank you, Fizz, very much for those. And then I decided, why not do a podcast? And so here we have this one that Fizzy made. So thank you again, Fizzy, so much. Fizzy did an amazing job on the podcast logo. I'm very, very happy with this. And since the bet was a no cursing challenge, he's notorious for cursing, and he's been getting out of habit of cursing. The bet was, I don't curse for 2 months, and I hope I don't again. You can now, but no, I'm not gonna curse if you've made it a habit not to. I really don't swear that much either, honestly. I just don't. If I'm like excited for something, it might slip. Or if I play certain games, like, I don't know, Choo Choo Charles or Ferocious, for example, I might let some swear words slip a bit more for something like that, but I generally don't. You're not allowed to swear, as you shouldn't. As you shouldn't. Sometimes when you're listening to music, it's when you're the most comfortable and you're just vibing that it just happens. Not allowed to swear not allowed to swear either. I mean, yeah, like having like a swear jar or doing a bit like that with your dad, that honestly is a good way to like try to change the habit of doing things like that. And it says, let's celebrate the first podcast stream with a what? A gifted membership. Yaren again receives a gifted membership. Thank you, Endless. You don't need to, but my god, thank you very much. Yep, apparently Yaren got it again. Congrats to you, Yaren. Congrats on getting membership again. You now have access to using the emotes once more. Let's use his dog lucky. Yeah, it's interesting that it just randomly just gives out memberships to people. And AFK has now gone AFK. Nice. Aim says, I would behind my parents' backs. I got Christian parents' dog. If I do, I'm gonna catch every weapon in the house. My mom said she'll knock your teeth out if you do. Oh yeah. Some parents can be very strict about it. It's like I never like sworn like around my parents. It's like I don't really do that. I don't. Or just family in general, really. But thank you again, Endless, for that very much. Appreciate it a lot. You did not need to, but thank you. That's a good way to start off today's episode. You guys dip in about 10 minutes or 5 minutes. Okay, sounds good. All right. Well, I hope you all are enjoying this starting soon screen that I had made for the podcast. But there is one other thing. There's one other thing that I have to show you guys, which is a big part of today's stream. So we're going to spend a little bit of time looking at something and discussing something that I had commissioned Fizzy to make. I want to preface and say Fizzy did an amazing job on it. She cooked really good on this one. Reveal it. Okay, I'm going to switch the screen now. I hope the transition that I have made also works. Just in case I have something in preparation, just in case the stream transition fails, since it tends to do that for streams. So just bear with me for a moment here as we go to the cabana. Welcome to the cabana, everybody. Welcome. Welcome to our podcast background screen. Look at this. You guys can see yourself on the monitors. I love this so much. I think the stream chat's gotta catch up a little bit though to like where we're currently at, because I see that it's like out of place. But oh yeah, it's definitely out of place because we see the R and get the subscription there. Welcome to the cabana officially, everybody. That is nice. Thank you very much for that, AIM. I appreciate it a lot. Congratulations to you on the 1,100 subs. Also, congrats. Henley says, "Bros got shadow shoes." I may or may not have made a version of them for myself after reading Jerobotnik's journal and seeing the sketch that Maria made. I might not have gone ahead and just got a pair of my own. And this is bro about Shadow and Steve. Hey, I crafted that diamond sword myself. I didn't take it from Steve. I crafted that. I am not Steve. And this is that a Gmo peeping over the monitor? It is. And of course, above the lovely Junimo peeking is a lovely portrait of my Stardew Valley wife, Leah. I'm glad that you guys are just like looking at this. I had commissioned Fizzy to make this just chatting like podcast background screen, and I wanted her to include a bunch of references from games and things that I love, games and series that we have streamed on the channel, and also references and things that you guys have helped create for the community. So I wanted this to be like a whole big like love letter to you guys. And this is, oh my god, see Fizz. Yes, Fizzy is also an Easter egg. And the chicken statue right next to Fizzy also. And there are a couple beans. There's a couple beans too in there. Fizzy went ahead and just did that herself. She's like, I'm gonna add myself and a couple other things in here. And I said, go for it. And so this man went to Minecraft and VR and took the sword with him. I may or may not have. I will not confirm nor deny that claim. As it says, well, I'm back. AR, yes, this is the new podcast background screen that I commissioned Fizzy to make. So there's a bunch of references in here. So we got, of course, things for Jurassic Park. I got the Jurassic Park like novel cover, so I had Fizzy like sketch a version of that. Leah's portrait, my Stardew Valley wife, and then of course, and let's mention the Junimo peeking over the monitor. And then we have our Cabana logo there on the wall, along with the Minecraft diamond sword, which I did craft myself, FYI. And then I may or may not have taken Anakin Skywalker's lightsaber. And I have a pair of Shadow's shoes. And then I also have like a couple pieces of chow fruit that are below Shadow's shoes that you could see. From Sonic Adventure 2. Yeah, no, I crafted that sword. I did. Don't you dare. Don't you dare say that. And I have my very own bucket of food from CFG. And then I also love the figurine of a Mandalorian version of the Naboo N1 Starfighter. You guys know how much I love the Naboo Starfighter, and I was like, I'd love to have the Mandalorian's chrome version of that, please. And Fizzy did an amazing job on that. And there's also a little figurine of Timmy. You have a Lego version of little figurine of Timmy from Lego Jurassic World. AM asks, have you ever been to Great Ways in Virginia? I'm guessing it's Virginia. I don't think I have. I have been to Virginia, but not for the Great Ways. I think it was for a different reason that I went to Virginia. You got 5 minutes left, then you gotta leave. Sounds good, sounds good. I appreciate you for being here and tuning in, AM. It means a lot, thank you. And then, as you can see there in the bottom, in between the two monitors, as I mentioned, or as Endless mentioned, that there's Easter eggs of Fizzy. And this chicken statue is like another reference to in there. And then we got a lovely amber with a mosquito. And under the left monitor, we have little stickers of the eggs from Choo Choo Charles. The green, red, and the blue egg from Choo Choo Charles. So that's a little Choo Choo Charles Easter egg reference for you guys. Since that was a game that I also played. And then by the microphone on the left is a plushie of Crowny from Prehistoric Kingdom. Crowny the sauropod. And then there's a camel plushie, which is meant to be a plushie of Humphrey from Minecraft. Meant to be a little reference to Humphrey, which is the name of the camel that I had for Season 1 of Hardcore Mode, and Archie was the one that named Humphrey. So that's a nod in reference to Archie there. And it says, yeah, it's Virginia. You're at the Great Waves. The waves were freaking 7 feet tall or 8 feet tall. Dang. It's like one of those like wave machines, like at a water park. That's pretty awesome. I have been to water parks like that because those are fun. And I love going on the lazy river too. That's very relaxing. And then on the upper left corner of the left monitor, you can see that there is a reference to MCC Island. That is the closed beta MCC Island crown that closed beta testers like myself had gotten as a cosmetic for being part of the closed beta. So that's a little nod to MCC Island. And then in the top left are... like, either... I guess you can either, like, look at it as either, like, the Chaos Emeralds from Sonic or the gems from Spyro the Dragon. They're meant to be the gems from Spyro the Dragon, but people could probably also consider them to be Chaos Emeralds too, if you prefer. So this is my big love letter to you guys, is to have this background be a part of our Just Chatting streams. So it's a nice piece of artwork to look at. Also allows me to have stream chat on one monitor, and then showcase fan art on the second monitor, and then also what we will be discussing today, of course. And since I was in New York City, oh, your friend was in South Carolina. Let's just, I'm back again. My bad, I was talking to you with your mum. That's okay. Yes, I had Fizzy commission this, Alessia. Yes, Fizzy drew all of this. This is all thanks to Fizzy. She even took... She wanted a picture of my setup. So literally the monitors, the keyboard, the mouse, the microphone, she literally just sketched them from my setup. Like, the shape for the monitors is like 100% accurate. It's incredible. Yes, pretty much. Like, well, like my things that are like on the wall. Since these are like things that I said I want to have added because they're references to things that I love and games that we've played and streamed, and also it gives nods to you guys for things that you helped create in the community. Alright, AM, thank you for being a part of the stream. Have a good one. Thank you for stopping in. I'll see you again soon. Thank you for stopping by the Cabana. Appreciate it a lot. Even the CFG. I don't have a bucket of CFG with me IRL, but if I did, that's where it would be. But yes, Fizzy made the bucket of CFG. Yeah, Fizz did an amazing job on this, so I can't thank Fizzy enough. Spent a lot of time on this. Unless it's his side, I've been wondering for a while when I do a face reveal. Maybe someday. Not sure when, but not right now. Maybe someday. One thing I do want to fix here is the stream chat a little bit. So let me like pull this down. I'll get us down to like at least like where like the stream chat like starts, and then that way I'm gonna just remove this. Bear with me for a moment. Then I'm going to there we can at least see like the first messages that pops in. Leslie says, little bro would love the CFG bucket. Of course he would. Absolutely. And I'll be excited to see his reaction if he does tune into the stream to see it. I did give a few previews of the screen to channel members only. The pieces that I did share was the Humphrey Camel plush and the Crowny plush. That was the first piece that I shared. And then I shared the portrait of Leah and the Junimo, I think. Or actually, it might have just been the portrait of Leah. And then the last thing was the 2 pieces of chow fruit on that bottom shelf there on the right. So those are the 3 bits that I showed to channel members only before the stream. I wanted to give a little hints to like what was going to be unveiled, but I didn't want to give all the big things away. And yes, that is Fizzy in the box. Yes, next to the chicken, that is Fizzy. Along with a couple beans. Fizzy decided to make herself an Easter egg. So she put herself the chicken and then the beans. So let's see. I could probably go over the whole references again for this. So I wanted it to be just a love letter to you guys firstly, and then to showcase things that I love and enjoy. So I had asked Fizzy to do a sketch of the Jurassic Park novel cover. And then to the left of that are meant to be gems from Spyro the Dragon. And then to the right of the Jurassic Park cover is the portrait of my Stardew Valley wife, Leah. And underneath her is the lovely Junimo from Stardew Valley peeking over the monitor. And then, of course, there's the Cabana logo, along with the diamond sword that I did craft myself. I didn't steal it. I crafted it. And then on the top shelf is Anakin's lightsaber. Anakin Skywalker's lightsaber. And then I have a pair of Shadow the Hedgehog's shoes, because why not? I'm sure Lesia loves that one. And then, as I mentioned below, Shadow's shoes are 2 pieces of chow fruit from Sonic Adventure 2. Yes, Shadow. W Syhr, W Fizzy, W Endless. Leslie says, I do. How did you know? I don't know. I just had a funny feeling you would. And then below that, on the right corner of the desk, is the CFG bucket. Delicious. Yummy, yummy. And then I wanted Fizzy to draw a figurine of the Mandalorian's version of the Naboo N1 Starfighter. I love that Starfighter so much. So that's there. I guess even Fizzy knew? Well, Fizzy just went off by what I asked. I'd made up a whole list of references that I wanted. I was like, I want this, I want this. I wanted a mix of like everything that we've done up to this point with our YouTube channel. And Fizzy's like, okay, I'll do it. What was really impressive was her making a small little figurine of Timmy from Lego Jurassic World. So he's below the right monitor there. So that's a little figurine of Timmy. And then, as Alessia said, that there's the references of Fizzy in the little box. And then we have a lovely fossilized mosquito in amber, of course, another Jurassic Park reference. And then below the left monitor are stickers of the eggs from Choo Choo Charles. The green, red, and blue egg. This is Timmy, yo Bumpy, JK. Listen, I would have Bumpy, but there's only so much that I could have on this screen, okay? I did have a few other things that I wanted to have be a part of the setup, but we were running low on space, so I was like, okay, let's not use this, let's not use this. I did have a few extra things, but they couldn't make the cut, unfortunately. Looks amazing? Yes, Fizzy did an amazing job. Thank you very much. And thank you, Fizzy. And then, next to the microphone, as I mentioned, is plushies of Crowny, the sauropod plushie from Prehistoric Kingdom. And then the camel plushie is meant to be Humphrey from Minecraft, from my first season of Hardcore Mode. Because that was the name of the camel that I had. And Archie was the one who named Humphrey, so I wanted to have a reference for Archie, because Archie's been one of my first viewers ever for the channel. And then the on the top left corner of the left monitor is a little reference to MCC Island. That is the closed beta testing cosmetic crown that I got for being part of the closed beta testing. So that's another additional nod to Minecraft and to MCC Island. Like I said, you made Fizzy do way too much work. Oh, I paid Fizzy handsomely for this. I commissioned Fizzy. I pay Fizzy. Fizzy got paid for this, believe me. This is, I guess my glasses give me a headache. They're so blurry, you're wiping them, but it just smudges. You're using your shirt, which works sometimes. Do you not have like spray that you can use to clean them? What you better have? Believe me, whenever I commission and ask Fizzy to do something, I always pay her. Yeah, you don't have like cleaning spray for glass lenses? They make those, you know. And then you just need a little like drying cloth to dry them off and clean them. No, I don't think they do that here. Well, I definitely think you should look into it. You should be able to find something online on Amazon. Come on. Amazon sells them. They do. Believe me. Oh. I want to thank you guys so much as well for the 7 likes. This has been awesome. Thank you guys so much. Just wash your glasses with soap and water. That's fair. I mean, that works too. yeah, as long as it takes off the grease, then that's fair. That works. There you go. So I wanted to discuss that with you guys. First, before we get into the reason why we are doing the first episode for the Cabana podcast is that we are going to be discussing Jurassic World Rebirth. So we can now finally get into the reason why we are doing today's podcast and stream. We're going to be discussing everything with Rebirth, anything that we can discuss. So it's going to be all spoilers from here on out. If you're someone watching who has, whether it's live or if you're just watching this post stream, if you have not seen Rebirth and want to go see it, pause this, go watch the movie, and then come back. Because it'll be spoilers from here on out. Let's just says it works amazing to take off the grease. That's what you're going to do right now. So you're going to take me with you because you want to hear? Okay. We're going on a trip. The Cabana is going mobile. We're on the go. So I'm very excited to now finally be getting into spoiler territory now to get my full spoiler assessment review of Jurassic World Rebirth with you guys. And I also want to hear all of your thoughts if you have seen the movie. What you thought of the plot, the characters, the dinosaurs, the music, the environment, just anything that you guys can think of regarding Rebirth. I will probably try to do this in chronological order in terms of like how the movie starts to how the movie then ends. I do have a little slideshow already prepared, so this is the very beginning of it. I do have side notes as well on a little notepad with me. As well, just in case if I need to remind myself of something in particular while we're discussing this. Let's just says music is amazing as always. Why, thank you very much. This is the official soundtrack from Jurassic World Evolution that we're listening to. Oh man. It's this. Ooh, yes. So I was very excited to see the movie for Rebirth. The movie theater that I went to for the evening showing when it first came out, there was a bunch of people. There was a bunch of people in my theater when I saw it, and I did go see it again. Just to kind of refresh my mind of some things, because after having some time away from seeing it the first time, I was like, I need to go see this again just to re-jog my memory on some things and make notes of when certain characters or dinosaurs appear in it. Let's just be honest right now, I didn't watch all of it because you got lazy. Oh my gosh. Wow, Alessia, wow. How could you? Insane. That's alright, but we're going to be discussing it in further detail now anyway. So, I believe, we go to the next slide. What was interesting about Rebirth, it was about having a different island location than what we've known before in the Jurassic lore. That's your favorite part was when they die. Amazing. I think Fizzy would also agree with that. And to me, and also for me, also to some extent, yes, I agree with that also. There's also seen some nice dinosaur action. But, yeah, what I really loved... I'm gonna lower the music a little bit now. But it was interesting to see... Yeah, them create a new island and site. It was Illa Saint Hubert, which is island of Saint Hubert, or some people are saying it's Site C instead of Site B, which is Sorna. That it starts as a flashback back in from like what I would gather and from like what I've seen on like Wiki for Jurassic is that with this scene, it's back in 2010, I believe is like the correct timeline. So this is like 5 years before Jurassic World is released. Like I believe Jurassic World, like the park would have been already like active and operational, and it's 5 years before the events of Jurassic World with the Indominus Rex. And this was a site that was used for them to do research, for InGen to do research for dinosaurs, but also then to make it into a place where they were doing mutation experiments on dinosaurs. Massive hand. Let's see. You better have the slide when that guy dies. I may or may not have something like that. I may or may not have. Let's just, that does not look like 2010. Looks like 2050. I mean, honestly, yeah. It is interesting to me how they designed the lab for this movie. It doesn't match to like what they used for Jurassic World in 2015. And of course, with Jurassic World, then they're kind of shifting more towards like a blue color. With this, it's kind of just like, it definitely feels like a lot more sci-fi futuristic, which I don't mind. And I did notice that it kind of resembles a bit more like the set design they did for the Biosyn facility in Dominion. It kind of resembles more like that. But it's just got InGen's name attached to it instead of Biosyn. So you would think that the design would be slightly different, but that's the choice they went with. But I just find it interesting that we're getting like additional lore potentially to like maybe like this is where they were beginning to come up with a concept and idea for bringing the Indominus Rex to life. Since they claimed that guests were getting bored of just seeing regular dinosaurs in their theme park. Hence why they started to do these mutations and experiments. I'll go to the next slide. There was actually a two-headed Triceratops that was in this lab. There was like multiple species of dinosaurs that had two heads. There's a Triceratops. There's a Velociraptor, which I will definitely show later on. That's later on in the slideshow. There's also one of a dinosaur that we will discuss also later on too. It's just the one thing that I loved about Rebirth is them going back to kind of like more like the horror aspect of Jurassic as a franchise, because that was what the original Jurassic Park novel was meant to be, a horror science fiction series of dinosaurs. Listen says, I hated this part. Can't imagine how much pain they went through. I guess they like two-headed dinosaurs. I'm not sure if they intended to create two-headed dinosaurs, but with trying to do experiments on the dinosaurs and like not knowing if the results were going to fully work to like mutate them to have different characteristics or features to make them more, I don't know, like menacing or appealing, or, you know, leave visitors in the park in awe if they were to see them in person. Oh my god, Fizzy is here. Hello, Fizzy. Welcome to the stream. Hello. Yes, I did pass along the message that you had said to Alessia. So, Alessia, thanks you for the 1,000,000 beans. And I have officially now showcased the lovely, beautiful, just chatting podcast background you made for me that I commissioned you for. So thank you very much for this. It's awesome. And we're now just getting into our spoiler discussion for Rebirth. So welcome in. Hope you're enjoying your trip. Hope you're enjoying it. Listen, girl, you made yourself tiny in that box with the beans. Fizz had a fantastic time making it. Yeah, I spent a lot of time collaborating with Fizzy on this. So this was a project in the making for a while, and I'm very happy with the results. This is going good. Just let Amal headed back to relax this big day. Good, good. You've earned it. That's awesome. Yes, and we got a little Fizzy as well in our setup here. Thank you for stopping in, Fizz. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you very much. So let's now continue our spoiler discussion, shall we? So if I go to the next slide, the real villain, I think, of this movie is the Snickers bar. That's the real villain of Rebirth as a movie. I cannot imagine how much money Snickers would have paid Universal to be like, please let us use our product in your film. Please, big ad for our chocolate bar, please. I mean, the one thing that you would like think that would like not happen in like a facility, especially like a science facility that's involving experimenting on dinosaurs and genetic material, and you want to have as little contamination as possible in an environment like that, that a guy could just walk around and be like, you know what, I need to eat this Snickers bar really quick. This is, of course, want to pop in and you see the whole artwork in action. Aw, it's awesome. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. It's great to see it now finally be revealed to everybody. It's awesome. And then I believe if I go to the next slide, then the Snickers bar, or the Snickers wrapper, I should say, gets sucked into the door to the Dinosaurs Rex's enclosure, I guess we could call it. And it messes up the mechanics for the door. The door can't shut, and they go into an emergency alert and had to evacuate. And unfortunately, I believe it was the same guy who ate that Snickers bar. Had to be left behind because he didn't make it in time. And his coworker couldn't get him out. She refused to get him out. And so then what was insane was seeing how the Dinosaurs Rex was inspecting and playing with him before it takes him away in its mouth. It says, yes, very nice. And I definitely think the Dinosaurs Rex, at least in this scene, since it's meant to be a flashback and it's like in 2010, according to the timeline, is that in this first scene, it definitely doesn't seem like it's like fully grown yet. That's kind of like more of like a sub-adult, maybe. Like it's still big, don't get me wrong. But it's not as big as it is later on in the film. That's what he gets for being a big bag or nothing. What? Wow. Apparently, I've heard nothing. Apparently. And as you can see in this image of the Dinosaurs Rex, what is so like, I mean, like for both of these images, that the design for this creature, this mutated experiment of a T-Rex, is that it's a mix of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then it's got these other larger extended hands that it can walk on its knuckles with, so it's kind of like a gorilla in a way. But it also looks like a Rancor from Star Wars. Pretty much. And then it's got this extra shape on its head, which kind of is similar to like a beluga whale. The beluga whale has like that extra like the beluga whale has that unique like head shape on it, and that kind of matches this a lot. And it also reminds me of like a xenomorph. Also, like that's the main three combinations that I'm hearing from the community, is that it's a T-Rex, that's a Rancor, and it's a mix of a xenomorph from Aliens. Which, yeah, I agree. That's basically kind of like what Dinosaurs Rex is as a creature. It's it's just so interesting to think that this is like where this had begun potentially to lead up to the Indominus Rex. Is for them to try to mutate a T-Rex somehow to make it more menacing and bigger and larger than ever. And it turned into this. That's it off topic. Zombies only eat people with bad humor. It's actually brain, but we're all safe then. We all have perfect humor. Especially me. Why, thank you very much. I will be safe from zombies in apocalypse, hopefully. Let's see, this is gorilla plus Indominus plus beluga whale equals D-Rex. I say that its mouth gives zombie vibes. It definitely does. The mouth shape is unique. It definitely is meant to be like a T-Rex, which it is to an extent. But it definitely doesn't sound like a T-Rex at all. It is a monster of a creature. So after that incident within the Dinosaurs Rex happens, and he eats the scientist, and then InGen is already owned by Mesrani Global, I believe, at this point. When this happens. So they completely just abandon this facility and just leave it, like what they did with Site B on Isa Sorna. And then, of course, the governments refuse anyone to travel there because of how dangerous it is. Because once the Dinosaurs Rex escapes, then all the other species that were contained inside this facility also eventually escaped also and just were roaming freely on this island. So then we skip forward to kind of like present day. Well, present day in terms of this movie for Rebirth. Apparently, present day is 2027. For some reason, I'm seeing on the wiki for Jurassic that Rebirth is set in 2027. In the future. Which is interesting. Let's see, it says, also a topic, but why every time when people say when she has a blank in her name, my brother run, they always go like, L-E-A, my name is Alessia, for goodness sake. Like they always say my letters. I don't know. I honestly don't know. It's definitely probably experience that some guys have had, but I haven't had that experience, so I can't say. If you're targeted, oh, sorry. So then we go to present day for Rebirth, which takes place in New York City. And we see I unfortunately couldn't find an image of this online anywhere, which shocked me. I couldn't find the image of the Apatosaurus that was collapsing in New York City. And I believe the Apatosaurus' name was Bronto Billy. It was an Apatosaurus that escaped the New York City Zoo. Of course, there would be zoos that would try to like recapture and use dinosaurs for their own parks to get profit. So for the sake of this section, I just have a render of an Apatosaurus, pretty much, for this. It's just like, bro, gonna make me have people running for their life before I can actually make them know. Cutie's sleeping. Yeah, the toy was sleeping, yeah. Because it's interesting to me that they had set up Fallen Kingdom and Rebirth to kind of have dinosaurs just be roaming freely throughout the world. On practically all the continents. And that kind of would give Universal a way to make a bunch of different dinosaur movies, like, in a vast number of settings. So that way they could try to have, like, potentially more original, unique ideas for making future movies, that they wanted to do future movies for Jurassic. And then with Rebirth, they decide to say that, oh, and I mean, I can understand it too because of it probably being scientifically accurate to some extent, is that the oxygen and environment that we live in nowadays is vastly different to what it was millions of years ago, back when dinosaurs were alive. And bringing dinosaurs into present day would make it probably difficult for some of them, especially the larger species like sauropods, to live in a modern day environment. Because they probably would have had a lot more amounts of oxygen to have. Climate would be different, of course. Plant life. Just everything's just completely different. And that's what one character by the name of Dr. Henry Loomis mentions later on in the film as well. So, and because of present day being so different, that apparently a lot of the larger species of dinosaurs are just dying off if they're not along the line of the equator in more tropical based environments. Hence why the Apatosaur is unfortunately struggling in New York City. And then that brings us to, I believe, our next slide, which have our first character. Martin Krebs, which he is representative for Parker Genex Pharmaceutical Engineering. And he decides to go on a mission by trying to find a cure for heart disease for humans. And believes that getting DNA samples from the 3 largest species of dinosaurs, one from land, ocean, and air, would be the best examples to help do research and find cures for heart disease. This is a random question, yes. It's a movie named K-Pop Demon Hunters. It's a movie. Have I watched it? I have not. No. Is that like a recent movie? Please watch it. It has some really nice music. I'll have to write that. Let me actually write that down since I do have my notepad. It's recent. K-pop Demon Hunters, like, is it? Is it actually like people like? Is it K-pop stars hunting demons? Is that what it is? You know, this is, it is recent, and Endless says it's very popular. I'll have to look into that then. I'll have to look into that. It's like hunters using their voices to kind of make shield call the Hun Moon. Interesting. Yeah, I'll have to look. Is it available on Netflix? Because if it's available on Netflix, then I could definitely look into it. It is? Oh, perfect then. I'll have a look at it then at some point. But so yeah. So Martin's there. He's driving by in a car. He's being irritated because the traffic was on hold because of the Apatosaurus collapsing. And then he meets one of the main characters of the movie, Zora Bennett. I gotta say, I loved Scarlett Johansson as Zora in this. She did a really good job. And the fact that Scarlett Johansson is also a huge Jurassic Park fan also, and loves the franchise. That helps a lot also. So Zora was a skilled covert operations expert, and she was meeting with Martin because he wanted to hire her for this special mission. And at first she was like denying, like not wanting to partake in it, but then of course, kind of like how what happened to Alan Grant being persuaded by the amount of zeros on a check. Had second thoughts, was like, okay, I'll do it. So they go to get Dr. Henry Loomis. I loved Henry also in this movie. Just his personality and some of the things that he like says during the movie. like the one thing I definitely will mention of him mentioning that he would like love to be fossilized when he dies so that he could be discovered. I was just like, wow, that's so morbid, but also I can understand that for him being a paleontologist. Wanting to be discovered that way too, I guess. He wants to be fossilized just like dinosaurs were. So they go meet Henry at his museum that he's working at, and unfortunately the museum is closing down because, again, the theme of public interest not being as high for dinosaurs, which I think is a little bull. So the museum is shutting down because they're not making much profit with ticket sales, even though years prior they would have lines of people that would have struggles getting in. And so Henry Loomis was he was advising Martin and Parker Gen X on paleo coronary health to work on developing the potential drugs that they would sell to people for heart disease cure. And another interesting fun fact, I believe that should be the next slide that I have here about Henry Loomis, is that he says that he studied under Alan Grant. Dr. Alan Grant. So I love that little connection and nod to say, oh, this is someone that learned from Alan Grant in the past. And I was like, that's a neat way of having this paleontologist be connected to the franchise. Like I said, that guy did not want to be there. No, Henry did not want to be involved directly because, yeah, that's the news that Martin breaks along with Zora to him. Is that, oh, like you thought you just advising us just from the comfort of your own museum. No, we want you to go with us out on the field. He's like, what? And hello, Diva Deo. Welcome to the stream. Like Diva Deo? Diva Deo. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hello. Hope you're having a good day. Welcome to the Cabana podcast. Welcome to my cabana. Hope you're having a good day. My name is Syhr. Welcome to Syr's Cabana. Hope you enjoy your stay with us. We're just finally now doing our spoiler review of Rebirth. So if you also are a big Jurassic fan and saw Rebirth, feel free to give us your thoughts as well on the movie as we go through it. Let's just, isn't that guy the boyfriend? No. the guy on the right is Dr. Alan Grant, who was one of the main characters from the original Jurassic Park. And he was just in Jurassic Park 3, and then he showed up again back in Dominion with Ellie Sattler and Ian Malcolm. So that's why this split image is up, is that because they said that Dr. Henry Loomis was a student of Alan Grant's, which I loved. And thank you, Leslie, as well, for sharing the link to the Discord. So feel free to join our Discord as well if you would like, Diva. There you can communicate and hang out with myself, my moderator Fizzy, and people in our community like Alessia, like Endless, and Little Bro, and a bunch of others that have joined. Make sure to read the rules section and react by clicking on the beach emoji to confirm you've read the rules, and it'll give you access to all the other channels that are in the Discord. Let's just to yap more with Syhr that has a wonderful humor. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Alessia. Thank you. So now we go to the next slide. So we have those three part up together, and then they go closer to Central America, and they go to a dock, which I didn't realize this the first time that I saw when I first saw the movie. I did think potentially that I saw this image, that this was in the part of this movie. But the fisherman caught the head of a Dungliostis fish in its net when they cut it open. So when I first saw it, I'm like, that kind of looked like Dungliostis. But then the second time, I was like, oh, that is Dungliostis. You're online, I have wonderful humor. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yes, Dungliosis is a giant prehistoric fish, which I have shown you guys before in Jurassic World Evolution 2. Because that is an actual species that we can use in that game. It's a big fish. It's a very large prehistoric fish with really sharp teeth. It's not your regular sized fish. It's a big one. It's not as big as, let's say, like Megalodon or Mosasaur, but it's a decent sized fish. It's big. And welcome back, Yarin. Hello, welcome. congrats to you. You got a gifted membership again from Endless, so enjoy your strawberry colada and the emotes. Yeah, Endless gave another membership and you got it again. Yes, you got it again. Endless is yum. And thank you for the 8 likes. I appreciate it a lot. So yeah, you now have access to the emotes again. Yes, absolutely, W to Endless. And I'm glad to see that you have the strawberry colada. Welcome back, Yarwin. We're just discussing our Rebirth review, and as you can see on screen, this is our lovely Just Chatting podcast setup for the Cabana podcast, which is a mix of things that I love, whether it be Jurassic, whether it be Sonic, whether it be Minecraft or Star Wars. And you could say they're the Chaos Emeralds. You could say, if you prefer. When I asked Fizzy to draw them, I told her I want these to be the gems from Spiral the Dragon. Well, you can also consider them to be the Chaos Emeralds, too. And we got Shadow the Hedgehog shoes. And we got Chow Fruit. Below Shadow's shoes as well. So I got references to Sonic, to Jurassic Park, Jurassic World, Minecraft, Stardew Valley with the portrait of Leah and the Junimo. And we have references to things that you guys have helped create in the community, like the CFG bucket. And then the little figurine of Timmy from Lego Jurassic World. So that's what this is. It's a big love letter to you guys, so welcome to the Cabana. welcome in. But yeah, back to going to the review. I was very surprised to see Dunkleosis get a mention, but honestly, it's a cool species. So I'm glad to see that by having Rebirth feature this, that it technically is a way of them saying that Dunkleosis exists in the ocean somewhere. Which I think is cool. And then we go to the next scene, or next slide, which would have now more of the characters that are revealed at the dock. So we have Duncan, who really, he's definitely got to be one of my favorite characters for this movie. Duncan. I loved his character, his personality. He sticks to his morals throughout this movie, which is very nice to see. He gets to have his own moment with the flare. And he makes a big sacrifice towards the end, which we will discuss a little bit later on as we get into more of the story for Rebirth. And he's also captain of a ship called the Essex, which I have a image of later on in this slideshow to show you guys. I really love his ship too. It's a cool ship. He has history with Zora, so he was also like a mercenary involved in war-torn areas. So he's had experience and knows Zora pretty well. So it was nice to see them spend some time on the characters to establish them in the world. and how they relate to each other. So I liked that they took some time to develop Zora and Duncan's friendship, because it does play a crucial role, especially later on, like I said, towards the end of the movie when Duncan decides to make a sacrifice. And Duncan's also a father as well. There's like a mention about him like being with someone, so it probably was like his wife at one point, but I guess like they're like split. They're not together anymore, because he mentions about like his kid and deciding, like, saying that it was better off for them to go separate ways. And then later on, we see Duncan put a picture of a little kid on his boat in his pocket when they reach the island. So it was nice for them to focus on that. Hope I'm gonna go back now to this, back to the playlist, because it's starting to play music that I didn't have on it. And then the next character we meet is Bobby Atwater. Oh, Bobby. At the beginning, I did like Bobby, especially for like at least like this scene, because he was also probably another mercenary that knew Zora and Duncan well, and they tried to convince Martin to pay them more money for this mission because of how dangerous it's going to be. To go get blood samples from actual live dinosaurs that are dangerous. So I loved when Bobby comes in late and he tries to start to do the spiel and try to convince Martin, but Zora lets him know it's like we've already gone through it. We're covered. And so Bobby's just mainly just kind of like additional security for the team, for the mission. Unless he says true. It's true. And another thing that I didn't originally notice in this scene also is that they have the jawbone for Megalodon at this bar that they're at this dock. Which makes me wonder, it's like, is Rebirth confirming that Megalodon also exists? Yeah, those are Megalodon jaws that were in that bar scene. But that's a dinosaur or something? No, it's Megalodon. I recognize that jaw shape anywhere. The only kind of creature that have jaws like that is a Megalodon. So I'm wondering if this is a way for them to like canonize and say that, oh hey, there may be Megalodons in this franchise at some point. Or somehow this guy just miraculously just found the jaw, the bone, the bone of Megalodon jaw somewhere. It's just like, yeah, I'm gonna just put this in my bar. This is cool. This is dog, can I just say, when I was like 10 or 9, you would go on YouTube and go like Megalodon on your YouTube history. You would watch Megalodon videos. That's pretty cool. I've watched both movies from Megalodon. I will honestly say I have not. But you probably will be shocked to hear that I have not watched them. I've heard that they, like, weren't the best. I know. It's shocking that I haven't seen them. I better. Okay, I may have to. Yeah, like I heard some critiques that people like didn't like enjoy the film. It kind of makes me wonder though when it comes to like critiques that people would have for like a movie, especially for a movie for Megalodon, is that I would wonder if people would be too like overhyped about it because of Jaws, and if they like had set too high of an expectation for themselves, and it wasn't what they had wanted or envisioned. They are nice because these people are haters of sharks. Well, I know they could be, but I will have to give Megalodon an honest watch then. It's not that close to Jaws, but it's cool. I definitely think it wouldn't be, but I would think that there would be some people out there that would try to make that comparison between the two, to some extent. Because, yeah, it would have to be a totally different film to some extent because of just the sheer size of the Meg versus an adult, you know, great white shark. It's two different things. And thank you for the 9 likes. I appreciate it. I mean, yeah, spoiler, the Meg does come to the beach, but it's not the same. It definitely wouldn't be able to be the same. Because, jeez. It does not kill a dog, which you like. Meg spare dogs. Good to know. Megs have a heart. To some extent. I'll honestly look into it. And give it a watch and see for myself. But yeah, just seeing this makes me think that maybe, hopefully, if they do intend to do a sequel after Rebirth, that I would love to see a Megalodon be in a scene for Jurassic. It should happen, honestly. And hello, Paul. Welcome to the stream, Paul. How are you doing? Welcome to my Cabana. Welcome to the Cabana podcast. We are discussing spoilers for Jurassic World Rebirth. Yes, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good day, Paul. Doing good. It's awesome. Glad to hear it. So am I. I'm trying to see like what else too. Is there anything? Okay, no. So that was the port scene at the bar with Zora, Duncan, and Martin. Yes, I'm getting into the next scene, which is the Delgado family. The civilian family, the Delgado family. And the ship that Ruben Delgado owns. I made a note of it. Where is it? It's called the La Mariposa, which translates to the butterfly. which is interesting to me. It makes me wonder if it's called that because of the mention of the butterfly effect that Ian Malcolm mentions in the first Jurassic Park movie. It makes me wonder if that's what that's meant to be a reference to. Is the butterfly effect. But that's what Ruben's sailboat is called. When I read the name, I was like, I gotta find out what this translates to and references. So it's an interesting choice, the butterfly. Let's just say I hated the boyfriend. Sorry, can you agree with me on this? Yes, I will say that Teresa Delgado's boyfriend, Xavier, I was not a fan of him at the start. When they first show Xavier, I was not a fan of him. I will say that. Paul says, I have seen the movie? Awesome. Paul says, that's a weird name for a boat. Does it grow wings? It definitely doesn't. It is a weird name for the boat, but I would imagine that the only reason why it's called that is because of the butterfly effect that Ian Malcolm discusses in the first Jurassic Park movie. It's gotta be a reference to that. I can't see why else it would be called that. Unless there's some other kind of, like, lore that we don't know. Like if Ruben loves butterflies or something, I don't know. Maybe Ruben loves going to aviaries and looking at butterflies. Well, let's just say he was too sassy at the start. Xavier, you mean? Yes. Oh yeah, like I did have a funny feeling the moment that Xavier came on to screen. I just wasn't going to like him. And then his actions with not wanting to take the shift to steer the boat for Ruben so Ruben could sleep. I was like, oh boy, he's one of those boyfriends. Yes, they did make us like him though. Yes. That's the one thing that I loved about this movie, is that they convinced me to like Xavier and support him. As the movie progresses and goes on, I was starting to love Xavier gradually a bit more and more. And I was just so impressed. I was like, man, they're making me root for this guy. Also, I wish in the movie it magically turned into a butterfly. It turns into Mothra. Imagine that. And thank you for the 10 likes. You guys are awesome. We got 10 likes for the first podcast episode. Thank you very much. That's awesome. Thank you. To be honest, the little sister was smarter than him. You will say that. I'll definitely, yes. Isabella was smarter than Xavier. Yes. And here you have an image of Ruben Delgado and Isabella, but this is on the Essex, which is the interior for Duncan's boat. Because, yeah, unfortunately, and then I have another image of Isabella being absolutely traumatized. Poor Isabella. She goes through a lot in this movie. I said, to be honest, even the dad was nuts. I thought Ruben was a good guy. I thought he was good. To me, he just seemed like a normal dad. He wanted to go on a last family hoorah adventure with Where is she? His older daughter, Teresa. And Isabella. Since Teresa was going to be accepted into NYU. So he wanted to do like one final family trip across the Atlantic Ocean on a sailboat. In dinosaur-infested waters. Not the best idea, but it's what they did. And then there's Xavier. And of course, like this scene's like later on in the film, but I try to get like the best images that I could of each character, and this was like the best one that I could find of Xavier. She scared the T-Rex. She did. I mean by his looks, the dad looked nuts. That Ruben looked nuts. Pauses and turned into a sunken butterfly. The poor sailboat. That was about him dragging a child in an ocean full of Spinosaurs. I mean, yeah. Honestly, I wouldn't want to sail in any kind of infested waters that would have Spinosaurs or, I don't know, a Mosasaurus. I would just be a beach bum and would just say, I'm gonna stick on the beach and hope that there's like no Spinosaurs nearby to get me. So. This is dog put a shirt on. This is how you want what? I said I wouldn't want to be sailing in infested dinosaur waters. What do you mean? All right, Paul. Bye. Have a good one. Thank you for being a part of the podcast. I appreciate it. Thank you for tuning in. It means a lot. Jackpot's going to die. Oh no! Get that charged. Have a good one, Paul. Thank you for being a part of the stream. It means a lot. Thank you. Let's just, I see that I'll be seeing you riding one with you and Fizzy. Oh boy, that's a lit. You two are so chaotic. This is mine died, so that's why I have my phone. You really should invest in getting another charger for your iPad or for your phone. You really should. It's worth it. So yeah, they thought it'd be a great idea to go sailing, and then they see, I believe it's the two Spinosaurs that show up. And then that's kind of a signal to indicate that the Mosasaur then appears and attacks them. And capsizes their boat. So this poor boat gets capsized by a giant Mosasaur. And what I love too about this scene is that they didn't make it feel like Jaws 2 in a way. When Xavier was able to get out from the inside because he went back to go sleep because he wanted to be just lazy and didn't want to take over the shift. And Ruben wasn't happy that Xavier was there. It was cool for it to feel like Jaws when Xavier was trying to swim away from the Mosasaur to get onto the capsized boat. This is me? No, I'm good. Oh, okay. For your birthday, you're going to a party with 2 or 3 of your friends? Oh, nice. You feel comfortable with a lot of people at your birthday party anymore? It feels weird. That's okay. It's your birthday. You do what you want on your birthday. If you don't want many people celebrating, then that's totally up to you. That's how I view it. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, so their boat gets capsized, and then they're having to call out for help. And I believe if I go to the next slide, then they, here's the image of the Essex, which is Duncan's ship. It's a cool ship. And it's one that Duncan used in the past for like a lot of his mercenary work. So hence why they're using it for this mission also. Alexis says, when the dad went back for Xavier the whole time, you're like, they are cooked. I honestly thought the same thing too when I saw it. I was like, oh, like one or both of them are just gone. And they miraculously survive. Oh, welcome back, Paul. Welcome back to the stream. Good to have you back. We're now getting into the scene where Duncan overhears the Delgados calling out for help. And of course, Martin. He doesn't want to go reach to get people that are stranded, because he does not want anybody to know, especially the government, that they are going on this mission to a restricted island full of dinosaurs. But I love that Duncan stood up for himself and says, even though this is your mission, this is my boat. Therefore, I say where we go, we're picking up these civilians. We're picking up these people. We're taking a detour. We're getting them. He's like, I don't care what you say. So then that made me like Duncan instantly. Because of the intention of the music, yeah, very true. Like, they did a really good job on the music for this movie to like make you think that like certain things are going to happen based on the tone of the music, the intensity of the music. Yes, yeah, welcome back, Paul. This is, yeah, he didn't want to, and you're also not a fan of Martin. Oh yeah, definitely. But you're a fan of Duncan for saving the family, aka Isabella. You just love Isabella, huh? Isabella is your favorite character for this movie. Yeah. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, what I love about Isabella too, also, before we get any further, is that I love how in the very beginning, when we see her, and there's the idea that, oh, what if it's dinosaurs that are hitting the boat, sailboat, and Isabella says that she hates dinosaurs, and then as the movie progresses, her opinion changes. So I loved seeing a little character progression for a child character as well in this film. And Paul says, did you know that Dilophosaurus does not spit acid? Yes, I do know that. Yes. For paleontology accuracy-wise, a Dilophosaurus cannot actually spit venom at all. And it does not have the frill that is in the Jurassic franchise. that was just an idea and concept that the author Michael Crichton had included for his novel for the Jurassic Park book. And then, of course, Steven Spielberg loved it so much, so then he included it in the film for Jurassic Park. And, of course, that's just become a part of Jurassic lore, is that the Dilophosaurus has the frill and poisonous venom in it, even though the real kind of part does not. And Dilophosaurus is actually a bigger carnivore as well. Because mainly Dilophosaurus has always been depicted as like a small, like 5 foot, 6 foot carnivore. But an adult Dilophosaurus is actually taller than that and bigger than that. And they did have adult Dilophosaurus in the novel as well. They had a few of them, actually. Leslie said, if there was Bumpy in the movie, then you would not kid about nobody, except Bumpy for her to be alive. It would be amazing to see Bumpy be in live action. I mean, I would probably say, like, never say never. You never know. Depends. Alessia says, those contagious, wait, what was the question, Alessia? What are you trying to ask? Does Contagious was not lore-wise? Like, do you mean, like is Contagious, like, canon or not? It is canon. And yes, Isabella does get a little pet dinosaur later on, yes. Which was surprising to me. Paul says the D-Rex DNA is a T-Rex, Giganotosaurus, and an Allosaurus. Yeah, I don't know, like, what the exact, like, details are regarding Dinosaurus Rex when it comes to the DNA, but it definitely has to involve something, like, bigger to make it as big as it was. Like, the wiki, the Jurassic wiki, should I say. I mean, they're potentially wondering if maybe they included, like, sauropod, potentially, DNA in it to make it bigger, but it definitely had to include something to make it much bigger than a regular T-Rex. About the Dilophosaurus you're talking about. Well, yeah, like in the Jurassic Park universe, Dilophosaurus has like the frill and can spit venom, but in actual like real life, like paleontology has confirmed that Dilophosaurus does not have a frill or venom. And it just says, can I say that the D-Rex is bigger than a Giga? Yes. D-Rex is bigger than any other theropod carnivore that's been in the Jurassic franchise. It's bigger than the Giga, it's bigger than the Indominus Rex. It's huge. According to the wiki, it says the height for the Dinosaurus Rex is 8.1 meters, which is 26.57 feet tall. So that's a really tall animal. And the length was about like 14.5 meters, which is 47.57 feet long. And supposedly it weighs about like 10 tons, which is 20,000 pounds. Which is the equivalent of like 2 adult elephants combined. In weight. So that is a massive animal. Also decided to dress up my cat as the D-Rex. Do it. Lacey also says yes, it would be cute. Yes, do it. So it was like, this says, well, then should swap the names because the dress is ginormous. The D-Rex. Pulse is okay. Now back to our review. Then on the Essex is other crew mates of Duncan's. Nina, who was like a co-pilot and a deckhand, and she was also like the main lookout on the Essex ship. And I love the dynamic that she had with Leclerc, who was another co-pilot and deckhand, and friends with Duncan, and he speaks primarily French. Yeah. Unfortunately, yes. Nina is one character who does die later on. There's not much info on Nina. No, she doesn't even have a last name. The only thing that I read was that she was also probably a mercenary or in the military. So she must know, of course, Duncan well. She probably knows Zora probably as well to some extent, but there wasn't much backstory for Nina for this movie. But she does have a close relationship with Leclerc, because it seemed that they were both flirting when they were cooking food on the boat. So these two have a close bond with each other. I also love Leclerc as well. Just his personality, how much he would joke around, and with him being a good friend to Duncan as well. And of course, he fell asleep at the helm of the Essex when they were getting close to the island. I thought that was funny. And he had to be woken up with a alarm from I believe it was a Lego T-Rex. So that was a great nod to Lego. Pause. What should I dress up my kittens as? A pumpkin. That's what I would say. A pumpkin. That just says bro went sad when she died. Oh, he definitely was. Leclerc was very sad when that happened. So that's why I figured they must have had a really close bond with each other. And here's an interior look of the Essex. So here they have most of the characters on board. So they rescued the Delgado family, and then they decide to try to continue the mission while they're on board. And the Delgado family is like, whoa, what are you guys up to? What are you doing? as they're tracking the mosasaur. And the mosasaur was labeled in this movie as M142. That was the label that was given for the mosasaur. So, like, I'm wondering, is there even more mosasaurs that are out there? I'm pouring in some tea for some of myself, by the way. Thirsty. Like, bro, we're from sad, from happy to sad. Paul says, what dinosaur? A raptor. I agree. Go with the raptor. Tea, yes, tea. Lemon tea, to be exact. Lemon tea. And the mosasaur finds them. And good grief, this mosasaur was huge. Literally the size of a freaking whale. And it was acting like a whale, too. Doing, like, belly flops out of the water. Just that as a size of comparison between the mosasaur and the Essex ship. It'd be insane if the mosasaur decided to just belly flop on top of the Essex boat. Mosasaur went whale mode. It really did. It was huge. You want to hear mosasaur fact? Absolutely, Paul. Feel free to share mosasaur fact. That was no mosasaur. That bro is a whale. He's a whale. An absolute unit of a whale. And I do gotta say that I love this version of the mosasaur much more than the one that we had with the Jurassic World trilogy. Since, and I can say this for like a lot of the dinosaurs in this film, is that they went to be, the designs that they did for the dinosaurs in Jurassic World Rebirth are much more paleontology accurate than they've done in the past. So, like, I'm, like, very thankful that they went this route. Let's just say, Syhr, you got any more ASMR? I will do this since you've asked. Enjoy. Since you asked. Very crunchy, yes. Hello, Big Gal. Welcome to the stream. How are we doing? Welcome to the Cabana, and welcome to the spoiler review of Jurassic World Rebirth. Hope you're having a good day. Welcome to Syr's Cabana. Paul says the name mosasaur comes from Greek, meaning Meuse River. Ooh, that's cool. And then Alessia proceeded to say the same thing. It's awesome. Jinx, you owe me a tea. And thank you, Leslie, for sharing the Discord as well. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Just in case. I appreciate that. Means a lot. But yeah, I just loved the mosasaur design in this one so much more than the one that was in the Jurassic World trilogy. For them to be more paleontology accurate, they just look so much better. Much better. The only thing that was like kind of like missing that I've read about Mosasaur, and this is like another fact that I guess that even I wasn't aware of. Is that apparently Mosasaur has like a forked tongue, like snakes do. But with the Jurassic World variations of them, both the original and the one in Rebirth, they just have regular tongues. They don't have the forked tongues like snakes, like how they're supposed to have. So that's still like one. That's still like one piece of the design that's not paleontology accurate, but this version, though, overall is much more paleontology accurate than the previous. And yes, feel free to share a Quetzalcoatlus fact too. Attempt a lot and you have no XP. Yeah, the leaderboard system is still buggy, I guess. Do people just get XP from joining chat? YouTube hates you? Oh. No worries. Don't worry about it. I appreciate the support regardless. And so then the Mosasaur attacks them as they're trying to get the DNA, the blood sample DNA from it. By using a dart that would propel and it would detach and launch itself. Which I thought was neat. But good grief, the size of this Mosasaur was insane. But yeah, I just love that the top of it is like dark gray, and the bottom of it is like white, kind of like how like great white sharks are. Let's just say the whale went like, "You want my DNA? Come and get it." Pretty much. Pretty much. And for the fact for the Mosasaur to be working alongside the Spinosaurs as a cohesive unit is terrifying. Especially when there's like 3-4 Spinosaurs also in the mix. Not just 1, 3 to 4. And I love the Spinosaur designs also in this version because they also were more paleontology accurate. Don't get me wrong, I still love the Jurassic Park 3 Spinosaur just as much as everybody else. But it was nice to see a different design and a more paleontology accurate design version of it. And they all have like unique stripes on their sails too. They're not all exactly the same. But good grief, like this attack that they all did on this on the S6 boat was insane. Let's see, yeah, if I was there, I'd be like, "Yep, we are cooked. We absolutely cooked, chat. GG." Oh yeah, boy, oh boy, it'll be a rough. It'll be a rough boat ride, that's for sure. To see the Mosasaur like dive up out of the water like that alongside the boat. Ugh. And then that is when we experience one of the well, we're not there yet, but here we are. We have an image of the Spinosaurus. At least one of them. I'm really looking forward to having variations of all the dinosaurs that we discuss in this review. That they would hopefully include variations of them in Evolution 3 for the Rebirth DLC, which I'd imagine we will get. And it is here where we get our first casualty with Bobby. I wasn't a fan of Bobby afterwards with how he was acting. Because Dr. Henry Loomis wasn't happy that he was preparing to have basically darts that would like kill dinosaurs. So Loomis was upset with him. And then Bobby kind of showed his true colors there and just started to just go off on the Spinos and aggravating them even more, which didn't help. And then the Spinosaurus decided to take care of Bobby. So I was able to get this image of the Spinosaurus about to grab Bobby. So Bobby is like the first official, like, well, I guess technically he's the second death because of the scientist that we had in the flashback with the Dinosaurus Rex. He was technically the first. But as far as like the current like present day party goes, Bobby is the first one to perish. And rightfully earned, I felt like. Paul says the name Quetzal is a combination of two references. The Aztec god, Quetzalcoatl, and the aviation pioneer, John Knudsen Northrop. Well, if I pronounced those all correctly. If I mispronounced those, I apologize. But that's amazing to hear that as being a reference. Especially when it comes to the Quetzalcoatlus later on in the Rebirth movie. So I can now even see why they would have a set design for what we see with the Quetzalcoatlus later on in the movie. And then, yes. Then unfortunately, Nina also suffers the similar fate, because then they have to try to flee and get away from the Spinosaurus and the Mosasaur. And Duncan's forced to take the Essex further inland to shallow water, so the Mosasaur can't get them. But the Mosasaur really does damage to the boat by just ramming it alongside the rock formation of the island. And they managed to get away. They crash land. Unfortunately, the Essex is like out of commission, practically at that point. So Duncan has to abandon his beloved ship. And then they all take whatever equipment they can on the beach. And then, yeah, that's when Nina gets got by a Spinosaurus that was just chilling on the beach. It was disguised along with the rocks on the shoreline. And it snuck up behind her like a crocodile or an alligator and just dragged her away into the ocean. I was amazed and surprised at how vicious some of the deaths in this movie are, especially with Nina. I was like, oh my god! Even though you can't really see it on screen, just the thought of it like happening and visualizing it in my mind. And Paul says, "No, you said it correct." Oh, well that's good. I appreciate that. To be honest, them getting ready to land helped a little. And then they had the Spinosaurus. Yeah, that's a tough thing when you're dealing with a dinosaur that's both very good in water and can also walk on land. What makes the Spinosaurus such a deadly animal. Crocodiles are stealthy in water, so that was more like a croc. Oh yeah, like the way crocs like will attack, like even alligators too, like will do that. They'll like sneak and attack. And this is where I gotta go. Hope you guys have a great podcast. I appreciate that, Endless. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you again for the gifted membership to Yaren. Hope you have a good night. And listen, I'll see you again soon. Big W, take care. Thank you very much. So yeah, like literally, like even before, like they have kind of like officially stepped foot like on the island, already 2 of their crew have already perished. Bobby and Nina are already gone. I was fine with Bobby being gone. With Nina, I was kind of like sad. I was like, oh, we didn't get to see much of Nina. And then, of course, as we mentioned, Leclerc was sad to see her go, and there's no way any of them could have rescued her. Not against Spinosaurus, nowhere. Paul says, what dino fact do you want next? Spinosaurus, Mosa, Dilophosaurus, or Compy? I'd say Compy. Compy fact would be good. And we're going to be discussing Compys a little bit later on, too. Oh, another thing I forgot to mention, too, about the scene aboard the Essex when they're being attacked by the Spinosaurus and Mosasaurus is that Ruben tells his older daughter Teresa to send out a Mayday distress signal code again. And Martin decides to be a douche and attempts to stop her from doing that because he does not want the governments to know that they are traveling to a restricted island, and he doesn't want to get caught. And this brings into like one scene that was in the Lost World novel. I feel like this scene is a reference to that scene in the novel. So it's like Martin and Teresa struggle, and then as the attack's happening and they're both starting to like capsize just like a little bit, Teresa then gets slid out on the edge and she's begging for help from Martin, like for him to rescue her. And then she can't hang on, she slips. And he just watches and lets her just fall. That doesn't even attempt to help her. And that is similar to a scene from the novel, the Lost World novel, I should say specifically, where in the novel for the Lost World, Lewis Dotson is the main antagonist for that novel. And he takes a boat with his own crew to go to Sorna to try to get dinosaur eggs so that he can create his own Jurassic Park. Because the mission with Dennis Nedry in the first novel didn't work out well. So he bumps into Sarah Harding, who is going to try to meet up with Ian Malcolm, who is already on the Site B island. He's a Sorna. And Malcolm's like, oh, or not Malcolm. Lewis Dotson's like, oh, I'm friends with Malcolm. Come on aboard. We'll take it to the island. We're going to meet him there. And as they are approaching the island, Lewis Dotson then decides to get as much information as he can out of Syhr, and then he proceeds to push her off the boat, and she falls into the ocean. So I feel like that scene with Martin and Teresa was a reference to that scene from the Lost World novel with Louis Dotson and Sarah Harding. Paul says the name Consignatus means elegant jaw. So elegant. Let's this bro really went like everyone for themselves? Oh, definitely. I mean, like at first, like I kind of figured like, okay, like maybe like Martin like might be like one of the antagonists in this movie, but then definitely when that scene happened with him pushing Teresa and not wanting to save her so that he can just protect his own skin and not get caught by the government. Yeah, that made me instantly dislike him. I was like, oh, you. But thankfully, she survived, and then Xavier. Then this is when Xavier starts to change my mind a little bit. He goes and jumps overboard to swim out and rescue Teresa. I was like, man, that was intense and brave. Let's just say I hated them for a lot of the movie. So Xavier was starting to win me over by doing that. And then Ruben and Isabella... Ruben tells Isabella that they need to jump overboard and get off the boat. So they jump off too, and the four of them, the Delgado family and Xavier, they all meet up again. They swim ashore, and then they focus on following the geothermal pipelines that InGen had created for the island. So they're told to follow the pipeline by Martin and Duncan's crew because the village that it was housing a lot of the scientists and the science facility itself was being powered by geothermal energy. So they figured, okay, we'll follow the pipes and we'll get rescued and get out of here. Paul says, which one next? Spinosaurus, Mosasaurus, or Dilophosaurus? I would say Spinosaurus. So the parties are now split. So the Delgado family are off trying to just survive, and they're just caught. They're civilians caught in the crosshairs of this top secret mercenary mission to find and collect dinosaur DNA. They've already collected the mosasaur DNA and have the blood sample in a freezer container. Now they gotta go get Titanosaurus and Quetzalcoatlus DNA, since those are the big three. The Mosasaurus for sea, Quetzalcoatlus for air, then Titanosaurus for land. Since they have like the biggest hearts and would have like the biggest blood vessels that would probably help with making medicine to cure heart disease. And if we go to the next image, then here's the island. Them sailing towards the island, anyway. Like parts of it. And I believe, then, if we go to the next image, the Delgado family, especially Isabella, meets an Aqualops, which is a little ceratopsian species that is brand new, that's been featured for the very first time in the Jurassic franchise. And this little Aqualops becomes well acquainted with the Delgado family. And Isabella decides to start to give this little this little one some snacks, some little munchies to treat to snack on. And she decides to call it Dolores. And this was the one dinosaur that I had mentioned in the spoiler-free, like, review that I gave. That I mentioned that I knew when Fizzy was going to go see it that Fizzy would have loved Dolores, and she messaged me after seeing it, and I said, "Don't tell me who your favorite is. I'm gonna guess it's Dolores, isn't it?" And Fizzy said in all caps, "Yes." Dolores was Fizzy's favorite dinosaur in this movie. And I like Dolores a lot too. I love the Quelaos being featured in this movie. Yours too, of course. It's always the cute ones that win people's hearts over. It was cuter. See, exactly. It's the cute ones that win people over. Of course, of course. Don't blame you. I'm not blaming you at all. I don't blame you one bit. I loved how cautious at first Dolores was about taking food from a strange human. But is Isabella comforting Dolores and reassuring her? It's kind of nice. It's like, oh, like they have like another member in their group, in their family now. And for Dolores to sleep by them for the night on land. Paul says, Spinosaurus was a large semi-aquatic theropod dinosaur that lived in North Africa during the early Cretaceous period. That is correct, yes. Spinosaurus lived in a completely different time period. Before T-Rex came along. Yes. And then that's when the mercenary crew, where Zora, Henry Loomis, Duncan Leclerc, and Martin, they arrive to the center part of the valley of the island, and they see the Titanosaurus. Which, boy oh boy, they are huge. Which one next, Mosa or Dilophosaurus? I would say Dilophosaurus. I really loved the Titanosaurs in this movie. It was a neat way for them to kind of give, like, a callback to the Brachiosaurus scene from Jurassic Park. Seeing a beautiful, large sauropod dinosaur for the first time, and just kind of just be able to just stand there in awe of a big, massive creature that's, like, not going to harm you in any way, or at least try not to unless, you know, provoked otherwise. It was great to see Henry Loomis's reaction too, since he's the paleontologist of the group. And he couldn't resist the urge to go up and physically touch it. Which kind of is like a callback to John Hammond saying the reasoning why he wanted to bring back dinosaurs from extinction and create Jurassic Park was for people to be able to see and touch something that's so magnificent and amazing. And that's what Henry Loomis experienced when he walked up and touched the leg of the Titanosaur. And then Zora shot one Titanosaur in the neck with the needle, and I thought after it got shot in the neck that it was going to cause a Titanosaur to freak out and start like a stampede or start attacking them. Surprisingly, it was still calm the whole time. And they quickly got that DNA sample, and then we got to see a herd of Titanosaurs. There was gotta be well over 30, 40, I think, Titanosaurs in the herd that were going through the valley. It was a massive herd of Titanosaurs. As to be honest, they are just magnificent. They were chill. Yes. That's so lovely about sauropods is that they're just so giant and huge that they're giraffes on steroids. Pretty much. I've always loved sauropods as a kid, especially Apatosaurus. And one huge reason, of course, was because of Land Before Time and Littlefoot. For me, the sauropods hold a special place in my heart too. Plus that was a stronger jaw than what I first thought was. How big was the S? I'm guessing, like, do you mean like the sauropod? Like the Titanosaur? The Titanosaur definitely is like huge. I think it's bigger than a Brachiosaur. It's got a longer tail. I mean, like the two they see in this image, like one definitely has got to be a male, and the other one's got to be a female, I would think. Yes, they have very long whip-like tails. It's insane. I'm very excited to hopefully see Titanosaurus be in Jurassic World Evolution 3 also. I want to have Titanosaurus in a park. Especially the Rebirth versions. I'd love to have a park full of just the Rebirth dinosaurs. Paul said how big because you make a book about it? Let me pull up Titanosaurus on the Jurassic Wiki anyway for it. For Titanosaurus, according to the wiki, the height for Titanosaurus for Rebirth is 15.7 meters, which is 51 feet tall. And then the length is 44 meters, 140, which is 144.3 feet long. Good grief. And they are a species that was found in India. And of course, the name Titanosaur means large, titan, giant, a titanic, gigantic lizard. I do love the bits of sails that it has on its neck and then on its tail. That's a nice additional feature that I like a lot for a Titanosaur. I mean, like, if I get the chance to see it and showcase it with you guys in Evolution 3, as part of like Rebirth DLC. And it might become probably one of my favorite sauropods, honestly. And thank you for the 11 likes. You guys are the best. Thank you. And so then we move on. And then we get to... Oh boy, we get to like one of my... I believe this is the next scene that happens in the timeline of the film. We get to back to the Delgado family, and they find a boat. Paul says, thank you. When is your next live stream? I will mark it on my calendar. It's going to be tomorrow, actually. I'll be live tomorrow at 2 p.m. EST. We're going to be playing Lego Star Wars tomorrow. So same time tomorrow for some Lego Star Wars. I appreciate it. Let's see, it said the boat brought a lot of trouble with the T-Rex. It sure did. And yeah, they find this parasaur. Well, at least, Teresa finds this parasaur carcass. Which, in this image, you can see was a practical effect that they actually used. So they just had this practical model of a deceased parasaur just opened up, made to film for this scene. Let's just say tomorrow I'm going to be going horse riding. Yes. Hope you have fun with horse riding tomorrow. Yeah, so this is one of my favorite scenes in this movie. The next thing we see, as Teresa's like looking at this dead parasaur carcass, is we see Dilophosaurus make another return. So I believe this is how the Rebirth Dilophosaurus looks from the front. So, of course, in the Jurassic universe, Dilophosaurus have the frill. And this one I loved how it's mainly just colors of just yellows, orange, and red. And then even like seeing it from behind, like just seeing all this like orange and all these black spots on the frill. So you could see the boat area there where Teresa is next to that little dock. Paul says, have I seen K-pop Demon Hunter? Literally, unless you asked me this earlier, I have not, but I may have to watch this then if I'm also being asked by Paul too. Leslie says you love the sound effects that the Dilophosaurus makes. It is a cool sound with the frill and everything. It is. And I do love all like the hooting sounds that Dilophosaurus makes in the Jurassic franchise. And I think this Dilophosaurus looks fully grown too. Just by the angle of this, like where Teresa is on like, she's like on higher ground. She's got the high ground, Anakin. She's on higher ground than the Dilophosaurus, but in this shot, to have that Dilophosaurus be like still like in frame like that, I would have to say that it's got to be fully grown. Which I want to see more fully grown Dilophosauruses in the franchise. Because I believe also in Dominion they did the same thing where they just had like juvenile incised Dilophosaurus kill Louis Dotson. Just like how Dennis Nedry died, which I get the callback for that, and that's great for them to have Louis Dotson die the same way as Dennis Nedry did. as like karma. I would have loved to have seen a more fully grown Dilophosaurus. Even though we only see this one on screen for a few seconds. Paul says it's good. And hello, little bro. You're outside? Well, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you see what I have here on this new podcast, just chatting screen that we have. I have a certain bucket of some food from a certain establishment of yours. I have a CFG bucket. Yeah, so cool. Yes. Alright, Fizzy, make that for this. Welcome to the Cabana officially, little bro. Welcome to the Cabana. Also, you just got an ad of Rebirth. Oh my god. Well, that's amazing they got a Rebirth ad. It's insane. Libros wasn't here. What'd you say about CFG? I said I have some lovely food from the fine establishment on this podcast screen. I got a fresh bucket of CFG. On this podcast screen here. That I commissioned Fizzy to make. She did an amazing job on this. And there's a reference to Timmy as well, if you see below the monitor on the right. There's a little figurine of Timmy. So this podcast screen is meant to be a love letter to all of you guys. Yes, Timmy. Yes. I wanted this podcast screen to have a mix of things that I love and have streamed before on the channel. And I also wanted it to include things that you guys have helped create for the community. So the CFG bucket and little figurine of Timmy from my Lego Jurassic World streams are here for our podcast. So welcome in and thank you. You totally forgot about him. Well, now you won't. Timmy's here to stay. But yeah, due to Ruben's leg being injured from rescuing Isabella on the Essex boat when Isabella almost fell overboard. They figured, let's get a little raft and go down river so that we don't have to have you be on your leg. And they bump into a T-Rex. I love this Rebirth T-Rex so much. It's become my favorite design, honestly. Yeah, about your son, great. Oh, well, now you won't. You won't. The Dilophosaurus had left because of a sleeping T-Rex. And boy, oh boy, when she finally got that raft inflated, and the Rex was just gone. And then the Rex finally saw them all, try to paddle away. And boy, oh boy, that look from that Rex. Poor Isabella. Yeah, Isabella's the one that's got to look at it. I would be terrified seeing a T-Rex stare at me like that, especially one that huge. And this one definitely looks like a male. And it looks even bigger than Rexy. And it looks younger than Rexy, too. So it must have been one that was previously created probably back close to like 2010 when the D-Rex was created. Or maybe even before that. I'm not sure how old this T-Rex is, but it's definitely a younger one, somewhat. What did I say before about you are now in the cabana? What did I say? I've honestly forgotten now at this point. Because I'm trying to stay on task with going through our review of Rebirth. Paul says my dog's laying down and she looks like a pile of slime. Aw, the poor dog needs a nap. Letty says Isabella knew in that moment that they were cooked. Yeah, there's a lot of moments where they thought they were cooked. Also, there's a theory that Rexy might be dead because of how old Rexy was. I've been hearing that, yeah. Which definitely would be a good possibility. I would imagine that Rexy wouldn't have been alive too much longer after the events of Dominion, since she was like well over 20 years old by that point. I'm not quite sure like what the exact lifespan like for an adult T-Rex would be. I mean, like maybe like 30, 40 years. Maybe a T-Rex could like possibly live for. Not quite sure. But Rexy was up there. Yeah, she was old by Dominion. It was nice for her to have a happy ending in a way when she meets the Buck and Doe T-Rexes from the Lost World at the end of Dominion. Since in Camp Cretaceous, you see her trying to communicate with the version of herself in that hologram, and building a nest in her enclosure from Jurassic World, from her paddock. So she must have wanted to have a family of her own, since she was like the only T-Rex around. So I'd imagine she probably would have like lived maybe a couple like years in the Biosyn sanctuary before passing on. Because like I said, according to the wiki for Jurassic, that the events for Rebirth take place in 2027, which is in the future, 2 years from now. So I would think by that point that Rexy would have passed on. But this is a bigger, more intense, aggressive T-Rex than Rexy was. And some people have been calling this T-Rex from Rebirth Ember as a name. I'm not sure if that's been like verified by like Universal or like Gareth Edwards or anybody associated with the Rebirth film. But I've been hearing Ember has been the name for this Rex that people have been saying and spreading around on the social media and internet. It was verified? Oh, okay. I do like that name for a T-Rex, Ember. Now that Bros is 28 years old. Is the lifespan for a T-Rex? Oh, then I think if that would be the lifespan, then Rexy, yeah, definitely would be deceased by that point. Also, at the end of the movie, when they're driving away, here's the Moza popped up. I honestly thought about that too. Towards the end of this film, I was like, what if the Moza and Spinosaurus just showed up again? Would surprise me. But yeah, I loved the boat scene so much, since it was an actual scene from the first novel with Roberta, aka Rexy. And they wanted to do it for the original Jurassic Park film, but because of the issues with the animatronics being wet, like they would malfunction and not work properly when they were soaked with water, so they scrapped that scene. And they finally were able to redo it in Rebirth, and this was like some of the best. God, just seeing the like how huge Ember is. Also, then it costs 7 graves. That's a true ending of Rebirth. Nobody survives. Nobody gets the blood samples. No cure for heart disease is ever found. It's a massive failure from start to finish. Amazing. But yeah, and I just loved this river scene with the T-Rex and seeing it swim and just ambush them. I definitely like even. I really wish that this Rex got more screen time. It really deserved it. Unless it says Izza only being like 6-7 years old or something, and she survived a T-Rex. They're trespassing one of CFG's islands. Oh, that's the lore we're going with now. Then a hand digs up because it's Rebirth. Someone survived, but who? Would have to look at the hand closely to see who survived or not. If it was a small hand, it might be Isabella. The dinos survived. Yes, they did. They sure did. They sure did. Yeah, this was like the best Rex that we've seen in a while. I would love to see Ember again if they went back to this island. Or at least all T-Rexes going forward that are going to be shown in any Jurassic movie should be like this T-Rex. And this one definitely felt more paleontology accurate. Because we now know that T-Rex was even more bulky of an animal than previously thought. And Rexy was like a bit more like slender, especially with the Jurassic World trilogy. Of course, since they have her be older, so it's like, oh, like she's aging, so like she's not in her prime as she used to be. But this Rex was beefy, bulky. Still, of course, has the classic T-Rex sounds, which it should have, of course. But I'd just hope to see more Rexes like this in the future. And yes, I do agree that we should be seeing more No Dinosaurs, little bro, absolutely. We did get to see some in this movie, but we definitely need to see more. And yes, I don't want any more hybrids either after this one. Paul says, Rexy hand, then we see Owen in the background. Owen's just there. Well, if I go back to the slideshow, I got 65 images in this slideshow, not kidding. The Aqualops is one. A Ceratopsian, aka Dolores. So that was a new species that was shown in this movie. Which, as I said, was, I guess correct, was Fizzy's favorite when Fizzy saw it. And then there's also, the Spinosaurus, the Mosasaur. Then we got the characters. Go back. We got a reference to Megalodon with the jaws at the bar on the pier. So maybe they're referencing that maybe Megalodon might be in a movie at some point, maybe? If a guy has a Megalodon jaws in his bar, it's gotta be out there somewhere. There's also the Dunkleosteus, which was caught by the fisherman. So Dunkleosteus made a quick cameo, which you guys saw in our Evolution 2 playthrough. Yep, Dunkleosteus was in the fishing net that they had caught. When I first saw it, I was like, wait a minute, that kind of looks like Dunkleosteus. And then when I went to see it the second time, I was like, oh, it is. So those were two new things already. And there's definitely a couple other ones that I have in this slideshow. So let's see. So they all survived. They all escaped the Tyrannosaur. Like it's one of your favorite aquatics in Evolution 2? Yes. I hope to see it again at some point. Like, if a Dunkleosteus could be like an actual like threat for characters in a future movie, that would be fun to see. This is a new one that was in the movie. This one's... Oh, geez, I don't know how to pronounce this correctly. Energonthus? Energonthus, I believe this is called. So this is a flying reptile that was featured. Or Energonthus. Let me paste the name. That's the name of it in chat. So this was a flying species that was shown in Rebirth briefly, which is before the Quetzalcoatlus scene. It's just a small little flying reptile from the late Jurassic period. It looks like a frog. It kind of does, or a gecko, kind of. The head of it anyway kind of looks like a gecko to me in a way, to some extent. It could just also just be the coloring, like the eyes and the green. It looks so cute. The bro's like, I don't like it. Well, rip. So then we get to the Quetzalcoatlus scene, and as was mentioned earlier about it, like the name of it involving Aztec. It was amazing to see the Quetzalcoatlus have its nest in Aztecs-like ruins. So Henry Loomis decides to take a sample from an egg versus trying to get it from an actual Quetzalcoatlus, because that would be way too risky to do that. So they rappel down the side of a cliff to get access into this Aztec like opening, clearing, and then they see the nest. And then Loomis brings the idea to Zora about them just open sourcing the cure, the medicine for the heart disease, so that way that Parker Genetics can't just put a patent on the medication and sell it for a higher profit. So Loomis wants everyone to have access to it. So he throws that idea out there to Zora, which comes back later. Also, just thought Pfizer was hitting the Renegade. What? I'm confused. And then, of course, the Quetzalcoatlus arrives and sees that they're messing with its babies. I like this version of the Quetzalcoatlus too, even though it's like not paleontology accurate. Since the one we saw in Dominion, I believe, is more paleontology accurate because that was the Biosyn version. This is like InGen's version of the Quetzalcoatlus. And it's probably also like a different subspecies of Quetzalcoatlus because it's smaller. It's a smaller version. Oh, take out the Pfizer? I just thought a Moza was hitting the Renegade. Oh, okay. But says they could ask CFG and it will be easier, but they trespassed. Insane. Also, quick side note. Since we have this on screen now, as a part of the podcast background, would you guys love to have a CFG emote of the bucket that Fizzy made? Would you guys love to see an emote of that at all? Also, imagine this was real. A match. The person says, owner of CFG, I allow it. Okay, then. I figured you might. I figured it. I love the design a lot, so I'll pass that along to Fizzy. Now, anywho. The person will be happy. If it is, then we definitely will make it so. So they tried to scare the Quetzalcoatlus, and then here comes another unfortunate death in this movie. So this is an image of the Quetzalcoatlus arriving, and then there's Leclerc above. He was hammering some bolts into the side of the mountain, I guess, to help secure the ropes that Zora and Henry Loomis were attached to. And the Quetzalcoatlus, well, Leclerc throws the hammer at the Quetzalcoatlus, which made it very angry. And then the Quetzalcoatlus finds Leclerc, chases him up the cliff as Duncan and Martin pull him up. And Leclerc meets us probably the most, I think, brutal death in this movie. He gets eaten and swallowed whole by the Quetzalcoatlus, which, oof. Now it's just like, dang! And they show it, too, happen. There's no, like, oh, but, like, let's cut away. Nope, you see it happen. And I loved Leclerc as a character. I was hoping that he'd be one of the people that would survive, but he did not. But it's unfortunate if we cared more about the island the boat they used would be no more. And Paul says, I would not be surviving that. Neither would I. I sure wouldn't either. Not against that. So chaos ensues, and then Henry Loomis gets detached from his harness because the Quetzalcoatlus went up chasing Leclerc, and then he was able to get the sample of the DNA, and he falls off the cliff and just bumps off a bunch of just trees, and then lands in water. That was like a massive claw. Well, it was like it was a carved out face of a creature. I don't know what it was meant to be specifically, but it was Aztec in design. So there is like lore that there would have been like Aztec natives that lived on this island like way before InGen decided to settle in and make it a research facility. And release dinosaurs and mutated monsters on it. Paul says I would be like, nope, I'm not going on a dino mission where 4 people die. Yeah. If I could peacefully view them, then sure, but otherwise, no. And then that's when Henry Loomis falls off, and then he lands in the... He lands in a little pond. And we see these red compies. I couldn't get a good image of the compy in the scene because they were all like blurred, discolored images from people just taking photos like in the theater. But I got this one from GBAD of the compy. So I really enjoyed that they introduced this new color variation for the compy. Like this like really like bright red and got like dark gray, dark blue, like undertone. Which kind of reminds me of like poisonous tree frogs in jungles, since they tend to be like more vibrant. To also show that they are in fact poisonous. So it would make sense for the compies to be this like red vibrant color, since in Jurassic lore, the compies in Jurassic are considered to be poisonous. So I would love to see this compy in Evolution 3 also as a skin variation. Frontier, please. Please do this. For all the Rebirth dinosaurs, please. Have Rebirth variations for all of them, please. Thank you. The compy's adorable. Also, be gone for a little bit. Sounds good, Paul. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here, Paul. Means a lot. One. Let's see. Please do not reveal your age, please. Lebro says, "Oh, that is one survivor from Jurassic World Evolution 2 Sandbox." he escaped. He survived somehow. And then we get to the Rebirth Raptors, which I was shocked to discover that they were not going to be in this movie for long at all. Since Raptors have been such a core part of the Jurassic franchise from the very beginning. I do love this Rebirth design, and I hope to see it more in Evolution 3 as a skin variation, because I would be using this version of the Raptor a lot. Leslie says, I won't side, don't worry, good. Yes, the Rebirth Raptors, which are kind of like a throwback to the Jurassic Park 3 Raptors in a way, because of the quills on the back of the head, so... But it's got orange and blue markings along its eyes, which I love. Let's just, I haven't seen this part, so it looks cool. Well, the Raptors were in the movie very briefly. Not long, but briefly. This is just a render of the Raptor, though. Your kitten's costume. And then little bro says, I want a CFG movie, but can't. Oh. Maybe one day there'll be a CFG movie. And I was very shocked that the Raptors were featured very little in this film, because I think the next slide was the scene where Xavier had to go pee. I was not expecting this scene at all in this movie. Xavier had to go pee in the jungle. And dinosaur infested jungle, which is probably never a good idea. But I can't blame him. When you gotta go, you gotta go. Oh yeah, at the start with your cat being in a costume. Yeah, the raptor being in a costume. Yeah, Xavier goes to pee, and then he gets stalked by two of the Rebirth Raptors. And then, as you can see, the Raptors get ambushed themselves by the Mutadon, one of Vingen's mutated experiments, which happens to be part Raptor also. It's just amazing to, like, Xavier to just be quiet during this whole scene as the Mutadon is attacking this raptor. And then he looks back to, like, watch the Mutadon fly and carry the corpse of the raptor away. The other one just flees and takes off. Never to be seen again. He watches the Mutadon fly away, and then he just turns around and just pees again. He just resumes peeing. He held it, and then he still had to go. Oh, so he did see this scene. Okay. You got lucky for not doing it in his pants. I feel like he held his breath in. Oh, he definitely did. He held everything in so that he wouldn't make a sound and not be noticed. So I was just like, man, it's like making me root for Xavier in this movie. I'm not gonna say that, no. Oh, I would be dead silent if I was him, and I would have done the same thing. I would hold it in for as long as possible. And then, if I miraculously survive, then, yeah, I would have to continue. So that was a funny moment. But it was unfortunate that the Raptors were only a part of the movie for just this scene. Then I found this other image that shows some of the species that were featured. Of course, there's the Quaillops. There's the red compy. The capuchin monkey was also featured in the beginning of this movie. Forgot to mention the capuchin monkey. And then there was this, like, salamander species that was on that one, like, broken tree. As the Delgado family were rowing by in the raft as they were approaching the village facility. So there's like this like salamander-like species that was also featured. That was new. I'm supposed to say, I want to know one of the CFG secrets? Do tell. No one on this podcast would dare reveal CFG secrets now, would they? You don't pay the employees. Well then. Breaking news, CFG does not pay employees. The headline for New York Times. And then here's a close-up look of the Mutadons. So the mercenary crew and the Delgado family meet up at the village facility. And then the Mutadons, well, before the Mutadons show up, Teresa asks where the hell Martin is because Teresa's in a homicidal mood. And she sees him and she wants to kill him. And then, of course, Martin pulls out a gun that he took from a crashed helicopter that he saw as they were traveling through the jungle. So, finally, the confrontation with Martin happens, with him not wanting to save Teresa. And Teresa's just like, doesn't care if he has a gun or not. She wants to kill him. I loved how sassy Teresa got during that scene. The book keeps all the money. Interesting, interesting. I wonder where the money goes to. This is okay. Now you don't know that. Okay, so this part of the movie is when you start watching. Or we're diving deep in. So the confrontation happens, like, even before then, Zora was, like, questioning, Martin of how he couldn't help save Teresa at all. Which I did love as well about Zora's character, is that she still had her morals, too. And was questioning Martin for, like why he couldn't have helped save her on the Essex on the ship when the Mosasaur and Spinosaurus attack happened. Liberal says, guys, you see the new things about Jurassic World Evolution 3? I saw there are, but not what there. You're gonna go and see. Oh, okay, welcome back. Yes, I did see those for Evolution 3. I did see the announcement regarding the family units, and I did share that both on YouTube and in Discord. I'm very excited for Evolution 3 to see the family unit mechanics. We even got to see a new sauropod species they're going to have in the game. And they also showed the Quetzalcoatlus walking on land, so they included the walking animation as well for a flying pterosaur as well. I'm very excited. You gotta go to bed soon? Okay. Evolution 3, you better make Bumpy too. Oh, Bumpy will be in Evolution 3. Are you kidding me? We'll definitely have Bumpy in Evolution 3. The Tetanado Titan? Yeah, it's another sauropod species that they revealed for the game, which I'm excited about. At the very end of the film, it says Dino. BRB sounds good. You gotta go to bed in 3 minutes as well, Paul. Sounds good. Sounds good. But, so, yeah, the confrontation with Martin happens. He decides to cuff himself to the case that has the samples in it. Because he's that paranoid and wants to make sure that he is the one that takes the samples back with him off the island. And the Mudodon shows up, as you can see here. Paul says, by PS2, my favorite dinosaur YouTuber. I appreciate that a lot, Paul. Thank you very much. Thank you for being a part of today's stream and podcast. Hope you have a good night. Thank you for being here. It means a lot. And so, yeah, 2 Mudodons show up and ambush the group, and then they all have to then split up and run. What's interesting, too, is that the village powers on exclusively at nighttime, also. With the geothermal energy that it has. And I forget who, I think it might have been Duncan who says that it's like on a timer. You got 5 more minutes? Oh, okay. Well, welcome back as well, Alessia, and welcome back, Paul. Yeah, so the crew gets attacked by these 2 Mudodons, which is basically a failed experiment of them trying to make a hybrid of a Velociraptor and a Pteranodon. Hence the name Mudodon. Got I don't know how many minutes. Okay, sounds good. So they all split up. They get ambushed by these 2. Martin ends up taking a vehicle and flees. Well, before that, he and Zora are underneath the vehicle, and I think this is kind of like a little bit of a tie-in to the Lost World novel again, because there's a scene in the Lost World novel towards the end with Sarah Harding and Louis Dotson again, where they reunite as Louis Dons is trying to escape his Sorna. And he finds a Jeep, and Syhr Harding's underneath that Jeep. And she pulls him underneath it. And you start to see her alive. He's surprised that Syhr Harding's alive. And Sarah's hiding underneath the car because there's a T-Rex approaching. And she decides to push Dawson out from underneath the car so the T-Rex can see it, and the T-Rex then puts Dawson's legs in its mouth and drags him away and carries him off to the nest to be eaten. So I feel like that this scene was similar to that in a sense, even though there was no T-Rex involved, because it was Zora and Martin having a fighting struggle underneath the car as he's trying to shoot the Mutadon with a gun and failing miserably. Paul says, I just relished the Alex picture in the back. You just relished the Alex picture in the background? Do you mean Leah from Stardew Valley? Is that what you mean? The dino gives you bird plus dinosaur vibes because of the mouth. It is, because it is a mix of a Velociraptor and a Pteranodon. InGen was trying to make a Velociraptor and Pteranodon hybrid, but it was like a failed experiment. So it turned it into that. You can kind of see like the raptor like features, especially like around the eye and like the top of the head. And then Loomis and Duncan find the actual lab itself abandoned as they're escaping from the Mutadon. And then that's where like you see a two-headed Velociraptor, which I think's cool. So, and it's insane to think that like the corpses of the experiments are still like encapsulated in their containment tanks. But it makes sense because the plant runs on geothermal power, and it powers up at nighttime, so it, I guess, helps preserve the bodies. And then you see another Mutadon, but this one has also two heads. That failed. It's like I'm not quite sure like what they were expecting to do by mixing a raptor, Velociraptor, and a Pteranodon together into a different unique species, like Indominus Rex was. Like they didn't use they didn't splice the genes correctly, or just they just started somewhere in order to get Indominus Rex, and these creations are what they ended up creating. And Paul says, yes, wait, was that in Star Wars? Not quite sure what you mean. Oh, the Mutadon, you mean? I mean, yeah, you could probably see something like that being Star Wars, but... So here's another look of the Mutadon. And there's Zora staring at it. Because this one was trying to get the Delgado family because they locked themselves up in a convenience store that's in the village. So you can tell it's got a raptor-like body, but it's also very bird-like in a way too, with its wings. And then this is it inside the convenience store, and they do a throwback to the kitchen scene with the raptors by having the Moonodon do the similar behavior by stalking and looking around at items and whatnot. And they also have the large claw on their toe, like raptors have. So it's a messed up experiment. That's what it is. Paul's never seen Star Wars? Oh, you definitely should. I would say watch the original 6 movies. Skip the sequels. Watch New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi, Phantom Menace, Attack of the Clones, and Revenge of the Sith. Watch those 6. Skip Force Awakens, Last Jedi, and Rise of Skywalker. Let's just say that looks like the forgot the name, that venomous spiky dinosaur from Cretaceous. Oh, the Scorpius Rex, you mean? In some ways, it's, yeah, kind of similar. Without, like, yeah, like how, like, dark, like the skin color is, like the skin tone of it. And the just how, like, creepy and, like, deformed it is in a way. Also, how old do you have to be to watch Rebirth? Your brother's asking? I mean, it's recommended, like, PG-13. It's a PG-13 movie. It's not like an R-rated. It's not much of a gory film. I mean, seeing Leclerc get eaten alive by the Quetzalcoatlus would be like a little bit disturbing probably for a kid, but and then there's also another death too that happens soon. But I mean, like, I saw little kids also, like, in the theater, like that I was in. I'm talking like 6, 7 years old, seeing Jurassic. So it's like with their parents. So I think you'd be fine. There should be an R-rated Jurassic movie at some point, though, because of just how the original novel and the Lost World novel is, because, like, they're both, like, gory and horror. You gotta go. Bye. All right, Paul, sounds good. Thank you for being a part of the stream. Thank you for being a part of the Cabana podcast. See you again soon. See you again soon. And so then they tried to flee and escape the Moonodons, and then they had to go underground through a tunnel system that InGen had created for the whole island. And Martin was gone off driving away in the vehicle, and the vehicle had an alarm going off because I guess you had to, like, have company access within InGen to disable the alarm. And so he was just fleeing, and the alarm's just blaring off, and he bumps into an Ankylosaurus. And he veers off at Ness to go a different direction toward the docks to escape. Leslie says, sorry, you have live tomorrow too, right? I will be live tomorrow as well, yes. Sounds good, Paul. See you tomorrow. Yep, I'm gonna be live tomorrow as well. So I have this render here, which is I believe the rebirth version of an Ankylosaurus. This is not Bumpy. This is a regular Ankylosaurus that was in the film, briefly, for like a couple seconds, because it was standing in the road, blocking one path for Martin to take as he was escaping in the vehicle. So he had to veer off and go a different path downhill, which was Bumpy. I don't think you want Bumpy to be on this island. I wouldn't want Bumpy to be on that island. Because this version of the Ankylosaurus also looks different. It looks more paleontology accurate also, like the club on the tail, as you can see, looks different. It's a different shape than what Bumpy and the other Ankylosaurs in the franchise have had. So we got to see an Ankylosaurus as well, very briefly, for a couple seconds. So then, yeah, Martin's driving off, and then they bump into the Dinosaurus Rex. So as the Gatto family and Zora, Duncan, and Henry and Loomis, they're all trying to flee from the Muradons, the Dinosaurus Rex then shows up. Stuck back on your iPad. Welcome back, Paul. Welcome back. We're now getting to the Dinosaurus Rex again. So as Henry and Duncan are in the abandoned lab, Henry hears and then eventually sees the Dinosaurus Rex walking past its former enclosure area that it destroyed. So Henry's just looking at the thing like, what the heck is that? And then the helicopter shows up to pick them up. Well, that makes it look so much more scarier. It honestly does. The red lighting from the flare, yeah, it does make the Dinosaurus Rex look scary. You're hiding in your closet? You don't need to hide in your closet. So Henry and Duncan see the helicopter approaching the village site. So Duncan tells Henry to get the helicopter's attention so that they can land on the helipad and get them off the island. Unless he says anything for the stream. I appreciate the support, it means a lot. You don't need to hide in your closet, though. It's gonna find you if you go out. Oh, okay. I wouldn't want you to get in trouble, so if you need to go, I would say go. You can always rewatch the end of the podcast afterwards, later on. And unless he agrees too, which is surprising. Well, then it's no fun, that's true. Knowing nothing to stream? Okay. I'm just forewarning you. I agree with you both. Okay, Alessia being Malcolm in the middle. Yeah, so Henry goes to alert the helicopter. He finds a container case of flares. So he grabs a bunch of them, and then he shoots one off to get the helicopter's attention. The helicopter was done doing its 2-minute circling around, but then they see the flare. They then start to fly back towards Loomis. And the Dinosaurus Rex then shows up with the helicopter in his mouth. So, Aaron Loomis sees the Dinosaurus Rex just chomping on this helicopter like it's a dog with a toy. So, the helicopter pilots on this are pretty much dead. And the Dinosaurus Rex is like, oh, this doesn't taste good at all, and it just tosses the helicopter and it explodes into flames. In front of Duncan, nonetheless. Or by Duncan. That's it, okay? Oh, okay. It said more with Paul. I mean, wow. Of course you would do that. Let's just say, which would be the same for you, but you got horse ride in the morning at 10:30. The helicopter is not a chew toy. It's definitely not, but the Dinosaurus Rex was curious and thought it might be. So the Dinosaurus Rex has shown up and caused havoc. So now Henry meets up with Duncan, and then they both go under the tunnel system, and then that's where they bump into the Delgado family. So they're all together again. And Zora follows one of the other Mutadons that went into the tunnel system. And then she meets up with them as well, and then she sees the Mutadon trying to stalk and ambush them, and she effectively shoots the Mutadon several times. And I'm pretty sure that one would have been dead by that point. Let's just say, dang, it's been 3 hours. I bet they were shocked to see them alive. Oh, they were thrilled to see them alive, yes. I mean, especially Zora, Henry, Loomis, and Duncan were happy. Martin wasn't as much, because of what he did. He wanted to avoid that. You're both hiding because of your mom. You and your dad. Hiding together. Then if I go to the next image, well, here's a 3D render of the Dinosaurus Rex in like full view. Because boy, oh boy, just like look at this thing. The fact that it has like 4 arms, it's got the T-Rex arms, of course, but then the extra gorilla-like hands. I definitely don't think this creature lived a comfortable life, because it was very slow, and it was using its knuckles to move and walk a lot. It's just such a crazy design of a mutated creature. And then the next slide, so like they escaped the Mutadon. They to get through a gate, which is a barred gate, which they can't squeeze a fit through, except for Isabella. Isabella can fit through it, so she's got to be the one to push the lever up to open the gate. That's when the Source Rex shows up. And then Isabella opens the gate. And then the Source Rex looks and sees all the humans. And then Martin drives in on his vehicle at full speed. He's not stopping at all. And the Dinosaurus Rex then proceeds to just slam it down with its knuckle, and then it picks up Martin, proceeds to examine him, and then eats him. So Martin is dead. Good riddance. And then the case with the DNA samples is dropped, along with his attached arm, which is, oh, gross. So Zora grabs the case, and the arm falls off the handle, so the arm's just there. They seal the barred gate again because the Muradon is still, like, one of them still chasing them, and they slam it on the Muradon so it can't get them. And then the crew has got to run away from the Dinosaurus Rex and try to escape. Also, someone start praying to God. This is his last night. Some girls did some stuff loud. Your mom had to go to bed for work. She wakes up at 4 a.m. and they got your mom so mad that she went out and stammered her way to scare them. I don't blame your mom for doing that. I would be upset too if I was trying to sleep and a bunch of just loud kids were waking me up in the middle of the night. Wouldn't be pretty. And basically, yeah, that's what you're doing, Paul. You're playing hide and seek. Basically. Your mom is not good at English, and she was that angry that she said, the next time I hear a loud sound outside, she's taking the hose out. She's gonna hose down some kids. Dang. Yeah, so the crew now has to run away from the Dinosaurus Rex. It's very slow, but still, it's like it's just huge, and they're all like in shock to see such a big creature. And then this is when I come back to what I mentioned earlier about Duncan deciding to make a sacrifice. They're trying to get a engine-powered boat. They're trying to release it from the dock that it's attached to. And so Duncan decides to be a distraction because the Dinosaurus Rex is approaching Isabella. So Duncan grabs a flare, lights it, and kind of like the scene with Ian Malcolm and Rexy from the first Jurassic Park, the Dinosaurus Rex is attracted to the light. So the Dinosaurus Rex loves the bright light from flares as much as Rexy does. So Duncan starts to lure it away. He dives out the dock into the water and swims off and makes the Dinosaurus Rex chase him into the jungle. So that the rest of the crew can get the boat down and then start to crank it in order to try to get the motor running so that they can start to drive away. Zora keeps yelling out for Duncan because she's shocked that Duncan's wanting to sacrifice himself for everyone else. But I guess since Duncan had felt that he had like lost practically almost like everything, like his crew, he lost his boat. And he wanted to save the Gatto family and everyone else, so he does that. So this is the moment where the Dinosaurus Rex roars at him, and Duncan just yells back. Then the screen just cuts back to Zora just yelling for Duncan, and the flare goes out. And the Dinosaurus Rex comes back trying to chase after them, and they get the motor running for the boat, and then they just travel away, get away from the Dinosaurus Rex. And it roars, and then it goes back into the jungle. It leaves empty-handed. And then they're driving away in the boat, and then they see a flare in the sky. And it's Duncan! So Duncan somehow survives. Not sure how, but he lives. So they turn the boat around, and then they go get Duncan. Let's see, says, so the next time that there's a noise, your dad went out and told the kids to go away. And Paul says, my mom looks like the D-Rex when she's mad. Your dad agrees too. This is nah, but one of the girls full on sat on your mom's car, then starts vaping while on it. I would imagine your mom would be furious by that. I sure would be if I saw someone doing that on my car. And then let's just say, quick question: Was Isabella alive till the end? Yes, Isabella does live. Yes. Yep. So Duncan made the distraction so the Dinosaurus Rex wouldn't attack Isabella. So yeah, they find Duncan alive. So they rescue him. So the surviving crew is Zora, Dr. Henry Loomis, Duncan, and the Delgado family with Xavier. And Isabella also has Dolores on the boat too. So Isabella takes Dolores off the island. I was shocked to see that. I was like, they actually took a dinosaur off the island. They took Dolores off the island. So Isabella was intent on keeping Dolores as a pet, so she did. So that was the crew that lives. The Dinosaurus Rex lives. It doesn't have a big cinematic fight with the Tyrannosaurus Rex or anything. Supposedly, they did intend to have a fight with the D-Rex and T-Rex happen, and it was said that the T-Rex was supposed to win the fight. But since it would have been like too predictable of an ending, they decided to switch it and do this ending instead. Because with the original trilogy for Jurassic World, since they always had like a dinosaur fight at the end, they wanted it Rebirth to be different and not feature that. Let's see, says W, Isabella. Yeah, she's alive. Taking her to a spa day with you and Fizzy. That's funny. Paul says, would you save the movie and why? Do you mean do you mean like if I would like watch this movie again? This is a 6 or 7-year-old braver than a grown man. It's funny. Oh, and then on the boat, as they are like traveling away from the island, and it's like they put like a yellow like filter like over it, like it's meant to kind of I guess be like a sunrise a little bit. It's meant to be a similar vibe to like what they did for the ending for Jurassic Park when they leave in the helicopter, because they literally shoot it the same way with the boat. Zora did ask Henry at the end regarding the DNA samples on who they should give it to, whether it be Parker Gen X or to just outsource it to everyone to use. Henry said, "You decide." And then she decided to agree with Henry's idea of giving the medicine samples out to every company that they can, so that they can all make their own version of the cure, and not just have it be outsourced by one company that would try to get larger sums of money by patenting it and making it super expensive for people to buy. So good morals were had with this movie. And Paul says, "No, would you survive the movie and why?" Oh, would I survive? Oh boy. I would think that I would have a good chance. It'd all be a matter of like, say if it was the like if I was with the Delgado family, I feel like would be like a good chance. If I like went through like the same things that they did with like their version of the events. But I mean, if there was like no like plot armor in some cases, I feel I potentially probably would die. Depending on the whatever would be hunting and chasing me too. Paul said, after this, watch K-pop Demon Hunter. I just might. You guys are saying it's good. I just might. Let's see, it says, I'm making myself stay longer by eating some sunflower seeds. With your dad very slowly. You found us. Oh no. Hope you be safe. Hopefully you'll be all right, Paul. So that was the ending for Rebirth. So there are a good portion of characters that died, but most of them don't die. I was amazed to see the whole Delgado family live. I thought, like, oh, what if there's a chance that, like, Xavier, like, was gonna die at the end? I had a funny suspicion that Xavier was potentially gonna die for them to, like, go through all that trouble of, like, having you dislike him at the start, and then making you gradually just fall in love with this character over the time as he's joking about weed and... and being a hero and being brave and sacrificing himself to go rescue Isabella and it was good to see over the course of the film, like Ruben, or like Ruben like approving Xavier as his daughter's boyfriend with his actions in this life or death situation that they're all stuck in together. So it was nice to see Ruben and Xavier like come to terms and like each other after an experience like that together. Because yeah, I think going through a rough experience like that would bring you closer together with people that you're having by your side during those kind of traumatic circumstances. It's on Netflix. Yeah, I'll have to watch it. Danger Dan. This is Syhr, you make a stream like K-pop Demon Hunters live reaction. I'm not doing that. Oh boy. I mean, it's like I do love watching reaction content. I really do. I just think it'd be like it would be a big hassle, I think, to do live reaction content, whether it be of movies, TV shows, just because for like copyright reasons. Like I know there's like the 15 minutes or like whatever of like fair use that you can like use, but I would still imagine that's gotta be like a big hassle for reaction content creators. I know some like would have like full reactions through their Patreon, or like maybe for like channel memberships they might do that. Also, like to have like an unedited version where they like do full reactions. If anything, I would do like watch parties, probably for Discord. That's what I probably would do. I'd rather just do that. I think that'd be a better option. Yeah, no face, maybe like a face emoji. I think I would just do like watch parties in Discord, honestly. I mean, like, if I were to do like a face reveal at some point and then do reactions, I'd have to like really look into it and like read about it and study it to make sure that I'm like doing it properly. I definitely want to stream maybe like, for example, like the next time we have like the Minecraft Live event, I would love to stream that. Because I know other streamers have done it in the past. Something like that I think would be fun to stream, since it'd be live reactions to the new updates that they would have for Minecraft. I can't stream a whole movie from start to end, because that's copyright, and I'm gonna get struck down for that. That's why reaction channels only like include like 15 minutes of footage, since that's like the fair use. And it's important to always like pause and do commentary on videos of, whether it be of movies or TV shows. It's important to do that in order to give commentary, critique in order for it to count as fair use, and it's not get a copyright claim or a copyright strike against you from whatever company owns the rights to whatever you're watching. Minecraft, yes, I am going to be streaming more Minecraft in 2026. They gave a Chinese not going to do it. I'm going to watch it, but just privately. I will watch it, and and when you guys ask me about it, I'll give you my thoughts on it then. But I won't do that now. I appreciate you asking though. So let me see. And there's like one other thing too that I want to discuss about the Dinosaurs Rex. And also the T-Rex from Rebirth also. There's something that I noticed. And it's thanks to this render image that Universal released about the Dinosaurs Rex. So I'm going to go to this next slide that I have. If you see this highlighted area that I circled, the Dinosaurs Rex has this marking on it that I feel like was potentially maybe part from like some kind of like tubing or suction tubes that, or like something that was used for like experimenting with. And maybe that was like where they would have like tubes be attached to their skull, to their face, in order for them to, I don't know, like splice genes or just do experiments, or maybe it was like a way for them to like feed them with feeding tubes. Like I'm not sure like why, but both the Dinosaurs Rex and the Rebirth T-Rex have those same markings. On the side of their face. And alright, Paul, have a good one. We'll see you again soon. Bye-bye. Thank you very much. Yes, lore. So like I'm like wondering like why does both the Rebirth T-Rex and the Dinosaurs Rex have this marking? I'm wondering if it's definitely got to do with like the experimenting, the genetic experimenting from the lab. Maybe, I'm not quite sure. But it's just an interesting thought that I wanted to just bring up during this review. So there's some additional lore, maybe some like unanswered questions that has yet to be answered regarding Rebirth. But that is it. And I have this logo here at the end. I love this like red version of the Rebirth logo, since the flare was such a highlight feature for like the promotional material and in the movie itself with Duncan using it. I feel like the red version of this is just as suiting as is the original version. So overall, I really did enjoy Rebirth. Hence the title. It is a way for them to try to reestablish and reintroduce the Jurassic franchise to the world after what they did with the Jurassic World trilogy years ago. Because, yeah, I was not a big fan of Fallen Kingdom or Dominion. Of course, I loved the new species of dinosaurs that they had. I loved the environments that they had for the movies. It was just the execution of that trilogy and how it ended. I really thought that, as nice as it was that they gave Henry Wu like a redemption arc to redeem himself at the end of Dominion, I kind of honestly thought that after all the stuff that he had done with the creation of the Spinosaurus on Isla Sorna, with creating the Scorpius Rex and the Indominus Rex and the Indoraptor, and how he was greedy for money, I really had thought that Dr. Wu had earned a death scene for Dominion, because, spoiler alert, in the Jurassic Park novel, Dr. Wu dies also to the raptors. So I thought they would have given like a reference to the novel by having Dr. Wu die in some way in Dominion, but that never happened. It kind of felt weird to let him have a redemption arc. And again, the Giganotosaurus just... The Giga didn't like earn the title of being like a villain for Dominion. It acted much more just like a regular like animal would. And it was kind of just like forced into being a villain just for the sake of just giving something for Rexy to fight at the end. So like, I just wish Dominion was like handled a little bit differently. The only thing I appreciated was them giving Alan Grant and Ellie Sattler the ending that they deserved by letting them be together. So I got some satisfaction out of Dominion, but I wish it could have been better. Let's see, this is because if you go to the D-Rex, it's got like a small hole in it, like an injection. That's what I'm thinking, is that there was something, probably part of the experimental, the experiments that they did on the Dinosaurs Rex, and maybe even the Mutodon. I'm not sure if the Mutodon has that same kind of mark on it, but they were science experiments for sure. The Dinosaurs Rex and Mutodon. Yes, now you have 1,042 beans. Enjoy those beans as well. Enjoy them. So yeah, overall, I really enjoyed Rebirth. Like I said, I enjoyed it more than Fallen Kingdom and Dominion. I would still say that probably like tier list ranking wise, from like best to worst in the franchise. Of course, the best is Jurassic Park. The OG can't be topped. Then I would probably say Lost World would be number 2. Then I would probably think I would maybe put... I might put Rebirth at number 3. And then put Jurassic Park 3, number 4. And then Jurassic World, number 5. Then Fallen Kingdom 6, and then the 7th, like, the worst one would be Dominion. I put Jurassic World on, like, yeah, like a lower tier because it's a modern copy version of the original Jurassic Park. Was one again? Jurassic Park is number 1. The original movie, always number 1 in my book. Always will be. Have some beans. Thank you for the 18 beans. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I put Jurassic World as number 5 because it is just pretty much just a modern copy of Jurassic Park. Even though I love Jurassic World as a film, especially the final battle at the end with Rexy and Blue teaming up to fight the Indominus, and then the Mosasaur coming in also. And I loved the idea of the park being open to the public and being an active park and seeing it. But I really loved what they did with Rebirth, even though it was a simple story. But that's what I liked, was that they kind of kept it simple. They didn't kind of overcomplicate things and try to like fit a bunch of lore in. Oh, geez, so if we're gonna include Cretaceous and Chaos Theory in the mix, it's... oh boy. I would put Cretaceous and Chaos Theory in the same category as Jurassic World, the first movie. They're definitely better than Fallen Kingdom and Dominion. That's what I would think. Well, they're not first. Jurassic Park is first. So, like, let me type this out in chat for you. So, 1. Jurassic Park. Number 2. Don't type anything while I'm doing this. You wait. So then 2 be Lost World. 3. Jurassic World Rebirth. 4. Would then be Jurassic Park. 3, 5, Jurassic World. Then, if we're including Camp Cretaceous now, then I would say Camp Cretaceous be 6. 7 would then be Chaos Theory. Then 8 would be Fallen Kingdom. And then 9, the last one, would be Dominion. So those are my rankings. I mean, it's like, for the moment, that's my ranking, but you never know. If, over time, especially if they introduce more things to the franchise, the rankings for me might change. I really enjoyed Cretaceous and Chaos Theory. I'm not saying that they're bad. I've enjoyed them. Might switch to 2. That's honestly fair. Actually, yeah, I probably should have had Chaos Theory be above Camp Cretaceous, since Chaos Theory is kind of like meant to be like a little bit more of a mature show. But generally right now, that's kind of like my ranking currently. I'm not a fan of how like short Jurassic Park 3 was. So that's why I have it at a lower ranking. They probably could have done like a little bit more, but they just like rushed the production for that movie and the writing for it. Because it's like literally like an hour and a, like a little bit over an hour and a half long, whereas at least all the movies otherwise have been like at least 2 hours. So that's why I have the Spark 3 ranked as number 4. No, you mean you like Camtasia is better than Chaos Theory? Oh, okay. Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying like 1 is the best, 9's the worst for me. So that's my ranking. From best to worst. Dominion, I think, is the worst one. We'll to see what the next season of Chaos Theory will do. I mean, it's obviously going to involve Dominion, since they are going to the Biosyn Valley, the Biosyn Sanctuary. I'm curious as to how they're going to incorporate Darius and the crew with the Dominion story. So we'll see what happens. So you gotta finish it. You keep forgetting. You should finish it then. Do it. If you're gonna make me watch K-pop, Demon Hunters, then you're gonna watch the rest of Chaos Theory then. Better promise. Deal? Deal. Alright. There we go. A deal's been made. So yeah, overall, I loved Rebirth a lot. It was a lot of fun. I loved the character writing for this movie especially. And of course, the dinosaur action was awesome. Seeing more paleontology accurate versions of the dinosaurs was great too. As Little Bro did mention earlier, I do gotta bring back and say I hope to not have more like hybrid or mutation creatures of dinosaurs after this movie. But like after like the ending with the Storos Rex, if they did just one more movie, just to like kind of like close a chapter on that, because I feel like that there could be like something like unfinished with Site C that could still be potentially done, but I don't know. Then I feel like maybe it'd just be too much of a repeat to Rebirth. But as fans of the dinosaur community, we just want to see just more species of dinosaurs just be showcased in film. So I hope we won't have any more like hybrids or mutated creatures after this. I feel like we've used that far too much at this point. Let's now just have dinosaurs be dinosaurs and just have lots of newer species being showcased in the franchise. I don't blame them for making the raptors have a short screen time, because the raptors have been such a huge part of the franchise. So other species do deserve some spotlight, but they are giving it too much away to like mutated creatures and hybrids, because then it kind of becomes too much of a monster movie. And yes, it is very late for you as well, Alessia. Yes, so you should be going to bed. So as to like what the future holds for the Jurassic franchise in terms of like movies, I'm not sure. I know that Rebirth was like a decent success. It didn't make $1 billion in the box office and theaters, but it was still a success regardless, and I enjoyed it. So what they would do for a sequel, if they do intend to make one, I'm not sure. it's kind of up in the air of what they could do. But if they intend to make one, I hope that it's for the right reasons and it's worth going to see. So if you are a Jurassic fan and have not seen Rebirth, I do recommend that you watch it. Like, you don't even need to see the other movies to watch this movie. Apart from maybe the first Jurassic Park and maybe Jurassic World, I think. Because anyone who's not seen the Jurassic franchise before can go watch this movie and still enjoy it. It would be interesting to hear someone's opinion. If a kid's first experience seeing dinosaurs was with Rebirth instead of any of the other movies, would be interesting experience to hear about. Because they would have a different perspective, I think, than someone like me who grew up, of course, with the original Jurassic Park movies. I mean, granted, I was born a year after the original movie came out, but it was such a huge hit that literally dinosaurs were literally everywhere for cartoons, movies. So I grew up with dinosaurs all over the place. My dad's watched all the movies. I think, we'll be friends then. It's not that late. It's late for you. It's late. So that is it, I think, everybody. So that is my review of Rebirth. I really enjoyed it. It's not the best in the franchise, but it's also not the worst, in my opinion. So if you want to see a fun dinosaur movie, Rebirth, I think, is one of those movies. So I want to thank you all so much for being here, for being a part of the Cabana podcast for our first episode of Syr's Cabana. This has been lots of fun. My God, we've been live for 4.5 hours. Where'd that time go? You're at the end of it as well, Essia. Yes, thank you for being a part of the stream. Thank all of you for tuning in and watching. Means a lot. Thank you for the 11 likes as well for today's first podcast episode. That's awesome. And shout out as well again to Endless for gifting another membership to Yarin. Thank you, Endless, so much. And yes, if you have not yet done so, feel free to join the Discord. So you can talk with me, Fizzy, Alessia, Endless Little Bro, and other people in our community at the Cabana when we're off stream. Yes, W to Endless, because you'll also be able to use these emotes in Discord for free. I will have to discuss with Fizzy about potentially having a CFG emote be a thing. W to Endless and W to Fizzy, thank you so much for the beans. Yes, Fizzy granted 1 million beans to Alessia today. That's insane. And I also have to thank Fizzy as well for this lovely, beautiful, just chatting podcast background for us to have for our chatting streams and for the podcast. It's one big love letter from me to you guys. So I'm glad you all love it and enjoy it. Let's just say, Syhr, tell Fizzy I'm very grateful for the beans. I definitely will pass that message along to Fizzy. I definitely will. And hello, Kiwi Butter. Welcome to the stream. My name is Syhr. Hope you're having a good day. Thank you very much. You're at the very end of the podcast here. GG, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a good one. Thank you for tuning into the podcast today. What we will discuss for the next podcast episode, I don't know. If you guys want me to do this, like once a month, twice a month, let me know in the comments. And we could be looking to doing streams like this more often. As a society, I better tell Fizzy that she my Pookie. I will pass that message along to Fizzy as well. I could probably guarantee you that Fizzy's probably napping right now after her day that she said she had. That's gonna be my guess. I would bet $1 million that Fizzy is napping right now. You're going to subscribe, Kiwi? I greatly appreciate that. Thank you very much for subscribing to the channel. It means a lot. Thank you so much. I hope to see you again tomorrow, if you're available to. I'll be live again tomorrow. We'll be streaming LEGO Star Wars tomorrow. Dollars, what about beans? It could also bet beans. Could do that. Yes, thank you so much, Kiwi. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Means a lot. You do YouTube as well? I wish you best of luck also. Yes, welcome to the Cabana. Welcome. But yeah, as I said, feel free to let me know in the comments if we should be doing podcast episodes maybe like once, twice a month. Just let me know what you guys would like to see me do and discuss. Whether could it be just like some streams could just be just us just chatting and chilling, discussing everything. Oh, and there's Fizzy. Oh my god, Fizzy's awake. Fizzy, did you have a nap? Be honest. Nope. Oh, okay. I lose the bet. But why does that nope feel like you did and you just don't want to admit it? Yeah, apparently if Fizzy didn't take a nap, then I did lose the bet. You tried but you couldn't fall asleep so halfway. Well then, my bet was half right. So I get partial credit. I'll take the partial credit. Thank you again, Fizzy, for stopping in and tuning in. It means a lot. So yeah, just let me know what you guys thought of this podcast. Feel free to leave your comment, leave your thoughts. What were your thoughts on Jurassic World Rebirth? Let me know in the comments as well, like what your favorite dinosaur is, what your favorite Jurassic movie is, or maybe even just like non-related dinosaur, like non-Jurassic related movie that could be like your favorite if it's not Jurassic. Unless I was making some fan art, but your iPad died? Oh no. See, this is why I need to have a charger for both iPad and for your phone. I'm telling you, invest. As the Syhr, I bet you 1 bean, that'll be the first comment. I'll bet you 2 beans. I'll bet you 2. So, alright, 2 beans it is. Thank you all so much for being a part of the first episode of Syr's Cabana, for being a part of the first episode of our Cabana podcast. It means a lot. It's glad to be able to go into full spoiler discussion with you guys for Rebirth, so. This is the start of something new and fun, and we're definitely going to have some more podcasts in the future. And welcome back, Kiwi. Welcome back to the stream. But I will be now departing. It's 6:30 p.m. for me now, so I'm going to be heading off. I'm going to go have some dinner, and I will watch K-pop Demon Hunters. So I will go do that. Make a podcast of K-pop Demon Hunters. Can't I watch it? We'll see. We'll see. We shall see. But thank you all again. I'm very excited for this new adventure. We'll have lots more episodes in the coming weeks, months. So, whether it's been live or if you're someone watching this post-stream, if you've watched all the way to the end, I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Don't forget to comment, leave a like, and subscribe to the channel. And thank you, Alessia, for giving Kiwi some beans. Yes, enjoy the beans from Fizzy. Hope you all have a good day, afternoon, evening, and night. Thank you all again. I am holding up a pina colada for you guys. Cheers to you. Thank you for being a part of the first episode for the podcast. And I will see you guys again in the future for Syr's Cabana. Bye-bye!